a venue that I've been to quite a few times. I've seen SmackDown there, I've seen Raw there, never been to any PLEs, but been to a few shows and things at the O2. So I know that area very, very well. Obviously, I'm not at the show today, but because I'm here with you guys. And actually, we've started earlier than we needed to. I was hoping to do 2 hours before. And I read on a certain website the show was starting at 7. It actually starts at 8 UK time. So we normally do 2 hours before, but actually we're doing 3 hours before that time. And it's only because this website gave me some bad information. So, but it doesn't matter. I'm up, I'm awake, I don't have anything else to do anyway, so we might as well just start working through some theories, thoughts, questions, things along those lines. And honestly, this might work out better for me because I've been trying to get a few kind of little clips and videos done for the Clips channel. So the opportunity to sit down and actually get quite a few of those recorded and made where we can just like go through loads of different stuff is welcome, to be honest. So no problems, no dramas. I obviously, as a result of getting up not that long ago, don't have loads of information of stuff that's out there. I mean, I've seen some new Cody merch, but I haven't got like loads of information of things that are happening, so we can have a little look at that together. We can also have a look and see what's happening in the wrestling worlds as we're getting closer towards this show. So, if you've got any thoughts, theories, questions, feel free to fire them into the chat, and we can start getting stuck into some of those. Just deleting a couple of files because I think I'm going to need to free some space up on my computer. Whilst we're just waiting for people to kind of wrap their head around a few thoughts and theories and questions and quandaries, we might as well have a look and see what is the official lineup for today's show. I've just got a thing here that's I'm just seeing, which is going to go into unseen. Not that one. That one. Here, look, Word of Wrestling, thank you. So, meet and greet prices. Look at this. $299.99 to meet Bianca Belair. Huh? How does that make any sense? Why is that so expensive? If you meet someone at like a fan convention, they're like $80, something like this. Rey Mysterio and Charlotte, $500. Braun Breaker, Liv Morgan, $500. The Usos, $600 to meet the Usos. Are these the like WWE World prices? Yeah, I mean, this person's like, everything's expensive in Vegas, plus it is WrestleMania. Damian Priest and Tiffany Stratton, you get to meet both of them, $500. I mean, if you was to meet a wrestler at a fan convention, it's going to cost, I would imagine, around $100. £100. Depends who it is, of course. It depends who it is. I mean, if it's Undertaker or Ric Flair, it's going to be higher than that. But there's just been a fan convention that's had some big names here in the UK, and that was around £80, £100. Like, these prices are ridiculous. They are really squeezing people on ticket prices, now on meet and greets. Gods. Yeah, that is crazy. I mean, I really don't know how people are meant to afford it. How are you meant to afford going to Vegas? So you got to fly there, get hotels, you got to pay for your WrestleMania tickets, stand and deliver if you want to go to that, Raw, SmackDown if you want to go to those. I mean, I don't even know what number we're talking about right now. I don't even know what number we're at, and that's without food and drinks and picking up the odd bit of merch. And then if you go to WWE Worlds, which I don't even know if you have to pay to go in there, you probably do, and then you're confronted with these prices to meet the wrestlers. This is insane. Jesus, WWE. Where's your soul? Where's your soul? They don't care about that. So, yeah, anyway, we are, let's get stuck into, we are going to get into the breakdown, and then we'll get into people's questions and quandaries and thoughts and theories. So let's whoosh back over again. Let's go official preview. Okay, so, not loads. Cody to kick off SmackDown. And there's the John Cena merch. So obviously we had quite a big conversation in Unseen about the C and the line that was through it. I don't know if you can make it out, but it is through the C here. So I don't know what they're doing. I think it is a really good idea for them to change that so that it says, you see me. Get rid of that. I don't know what it's called. The circle with a line through. Get rid of that so that it now says, you see me. This is me, the real me. I think that's a really good idea. But they've only done it on one hat so far, one cap. And all the other stuff, even the most recent stuff, the latest stuff, doesn't have that change. So I like this collection, though. It does look really good. It does look really, really good. Still doesn't really make a great deal of sense, considering he's turned heel, but people are buying it. People are still snapping it up. I suppose if you're a John Cena fan, this is important, isn't it? Because this is his final merch. And what with them tailoring it to each country, I probably wouldn't pick it up, but I don't know. No, I probably wouldn't, to be honest. The towel's all right. But I don't know that I would need... I always find if they put a year on it and all that sort of stuff, it kind of turns me off the merch, really. I'd much rather that just be like John Cena with the flag in the background. Get rid of the farewell tour. Get rid of 2025. Just have that. Just have the flag in the background. John with the kind of... I think it's a beefy hat, right? The Queen's Guards hat. And just have that bit. Like, get rid of that. Get rid of that, and just make it a bit simpler. But it's selling all right anyway, to be honest. So Cody is going to kick off SmackDown. LA Knight and Braun Strowman United States Championship match. Street Profits Pretty Deadly Tag Team Championship match, and of course the three boomers in the ring at the same time for the contract signing. So we've got that as well. I wonder why they didn't write that up there. Oh, there, it's just appeared? That wasn't there before, was it? Did I just completely miss that? I swear it was not there when I scrolled down, and then when I went back up, it appeared. Am I losing my mind? Am I actually... Was it there all along and I just did not recognize or see it or acknowledge it? I don't know. Oh my God, perhaps I've started too early. Perhaps I need to lie down. I don't know what's happening. I swear it wasn't there. Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, CM Punk to sign the contract for their blockbuster match at WrestleMania. So that's the official preview. Chris, hello. Shout out to you. Let's get the voice going. We've started 3 hours early, so why not? Yeah, let's have the voice going. This is a voice situation. Let's get it queued up, lined up. Chris, shout out to you, my friends.
Chris Hampton. Hi, Daz. I'm thinking of going to Birmingham Raw live in August, but not sure I'm classed as disabled, so what is the view like?
I mean, that depends. I don't know if you're going to be in a disabled section. If so, I've never been in a disabled section, of course, so I really couldn't comment. The only thing I would say is that the UK is quite good when it comes to, like, setting up disabled areas for disabled people. If it's that you won't actually need to be in a disabled section, you'll just be in a normal section, Birmingham, I think is great. It's fine. The thing with Birmingham is it's not massive. I don't really even understand how it's 15,000 arena, because I don't regard it as being anywhere near as big as the O2. So I always feel that wherever you sit, you can get a really good view. And it really, I had to look online to see what the attendance was, the capacity, and it's 15,000 and something. Which, and I don't really understand. To me, it does not feel like I was expecting it to be like 8 or 9,000, but it's 15,000, and I was like, Jesus. I don't know where they're getting all them seats in, but yeah, it was never that big before. So I haven't been in a long time. I'm not really the right person to answer it, but what I can tell you is that every time I've been, and I've been quite a few times in my life, for different things actually. I mean, I've been to lots of concerts there as well, because that is one of the major arenas in this local area. So obviously you've got the O2 Arena in London, you've got the Manchester Arena in Manchester, you've got the new Manchester Arena called the Co-op that has just opened like last year, I think it was. And for Birmingham, they've got a couple. They've got the NIA, which is right in the centre of Birmingham, right in the middle. And then you've got this one, which is the NEC, the National Exhibition Centre. And the NEC is just outside of like the city centre. You have to get on a train and kind of go out of the city centre. And it's right by the airport in Birmingham. And there's just it's such a big space. Like the whole complex has just got loads of halls where they do like fan conventions and all of that stuff. So if you've never been to the Birmingham NEC, it's big. Like links are all really good. You can just get off a train and you're there really. There is a little bit of a journey to kind of get to where you need to get to, but it's all like good for disabled people and everything. So depends on obviously your disability, but NEC caters to, I mean, I wouldn't even know the number. If I say millions of people a year, I don't think I'm exaggerating, because like it's where they have Crufts, the big dog show. It's where they do like monster truck events. It's where they do big gigs. Like, you know, they'll have Lionel Richie there, and they'll have, you know, big bands of the 80s and like, you know, all this kind of stuff. So yeah, it's really cool. It's a great place. It's a place that I always get excited to whenever I'm going, because I've got such fun memories of going to shows there throughout my whole life. And honestly, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't have a great time. I don't see any problems. I don't know how you can like make sure that it works for you though. I mean, you can obviously go on the website and read up on it and have a look at pictures and all that stuff, but I honestly can't foresee any issue whatsoever. It's had quite a few upgrades as well in recent years. It used to be like a pretty basic arena. Like it really was kind of like scaffolding, and like there was this big building, big warehouse type building, and then you've got all this kind of like scaffolding, bleacher stuff, and I think they spent millions on like upgrading it and redoing it and making it like, you know, so much better than it ever was. So I know they've spent a lot of money on it and they've really made it look, you know, really nice in there. But yeah, I kind of think back to going to my first live event, WWE live event. I think it was 94. I know the actual show. I found it on Cage Match, and I can still remember walking into the hall, seeing the merch. It's like, feels like yesterday, you know, seeing the merch stand and all of that. It's good memories, man. Good memories. So, Chris, if you go, I hope you have a fantastic time, my friends. I hope you really, really enjoy yourself. Ian, shout out to you. Let's see what Ian's got to say. He wants to talk about those meet and greet prices that we just looked at, and they are pretty bonkers, to be honest with you. Let's press play on this.
Ian 2020 #1 British spy. Member. £5. Thing is at those meet and greet prices. Is there any wonder why people overstep the mark when they see wrestlers in public? Not saying it's okay, though.
That's actually a really interesting point, yeah. That's a really interesting point. People do kind of overstep the mark when they see wrestlers in public, and when you see how much because the argument is always, look, we do dedicated meet and greets. A wrestler won't mind in the street so much. I've never really heard of a wrestler having an issue in the street. I mean, you got to remember, they're always having to be aware of their brand, right? And in this day and age, with everyone's got a camera phone, you can't really afford to be going off on wrestling fans in the street just because they want to get a picture, you know? It's kind of part and parcel of the job. I feel like if you get into being a WWE wrestler, part of you is doing it for the fame. Part of you is doing it because you want that worldwide recognition. So then if you're walking down the street and someone wants a picture, it's probably not a good look to be like really off about it. There's obviously lines if they're sat down and they're having a meal with their family, or they're out doing something with their kids, and you can see they're having a family moment. I would like to think a lot of people in those moments would have a voice in their head saying, "This ain't the time," right? But I mean, for example, I went into a shop in England called Boots, which is, I suppose, like Walgreens. It's where you get like all the pharmacy stuff. It's where you can get like, bits and bobs, toiletries, aftershaves, deodorants, toothbrushes, toothpastes, blah, 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 blah. Medication, bits and bobs, right? So I can't remember what I was in there for, but I was in there and bumped into Natalia. And I was like, oh, could I get a quick picture? And she was like, yeah. So took a quick picture. I was like, thank you so much. Big fan. And that was it. I mean, it was really short, really sweet. She was lovely and no dramas, no problem whatsoever. So I sort of feel like in those moments, it's absolutely fine. But, I think we all know where I'd like to think we all know where those boundaries are. But yeah, I mean, when you see that the prices are that high, all of a sudden, this whole, we do meet and greets, please go to one of them. It's like, yeah, you might do meet and greets, but you're also charging $600 for it, which is crazy because if you go and meet, say, Bailey or someone at Smith's, right? They're over here doing like a mini kind of tour at the moment of Europe, yeah? Well, we've got a toy shop over here called Smith's. If you've watched any of my toy hunts, you will have seen it. Smith's Toys. And a lot of the superstars do go and do meet and greets. They're free. You can go and meet Bailey and get her autograph and a quick little picture with her for free, like in Smith's Toys. But then, like, you rock up to WWE Worlds and they're charging like flipping. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. I just can't even begin to get my head around that. So, yeah, I knew that it would be like £100, $100. That's where I thought. Because in my mind, yeah, okay, it's going to be the same cost as what you would pay at a fan convention. That's fine. That's fair. No problems with that. But the prices we just looked at there, they're nowhere near in line with fan convention prices. So, I don't know. I don't want to be a moany boomer about it, but it is annoying when you just see like, hey, look at this. 29 minutes ago, Miss Clown has actually been to Smith's and has actually meeting Piper Niven. Look at this. Miss Clown. And that would have been free. Although by the looks of it, she probably stole his lunch money as well. So there we go. Look, she's really awesome. She's a lovely lady. Had a great time meeting Piper Niven, said Miss Clown. Look at that. That is good, isn't it? That's going in unseen, man. That is good. Community folder. Here's some others. Handshake. Headlock. What's she doing here with his little God, she's proper inspecting him, isn't she? Yeah, man. Miss Clown, shout out to you. That's awesome. That's really, really cool. I'm going to retweet it as well. It's so good. Okay, let's whoosh it back over. Connor, shout out to you, my friend. Let's see what Connor's saying. Gets this read out.
Connor Rigby. Days, do you see any of these 6 former W stars to return at WrestleMania 41? The Hardys, Mickie James, Brie Bella, Aleister Black, Rusev, and Lana. AJ Lee, do you agree on any of those 6 returns, Days?
Rusev and Lana is apparently later this year, so I can't say I'm looking. I don't know about Lana, by the way, but there was a thing 2 days ago in Unseen that we read the Rusev end of the year. So Rusev, Lana, I'm going to say no, not for Mania. AJ Lee is always the hope. That's always the hope. But can I see it? No. I've got to say it's unlikely because we keep waiting for her. I was waiting for her at the Rumble. She wasn't there. So we keep waiting and it never happens. So I can't really go into WrestleMania going, yeah, it's going to happen, right? So I predicted that she would be in the Rumble. I mean, I did say, I don't know this, right? I'm hoping for it. And if we're going to have a big shock surprise, this is the name to go and get. And for whatever reason, they didn't or couldn't. So AJ Lee, I would love it to happen. I can't say that it's likely, though, right? I've got nothing to suggest it's going to happen. Aleister Black is obviously coming in, but don't know if it's going to be this side of WrestleMania. Some people are under the impression it might be the 25th of April, and they're kind of pointing to the vignettes as a reason as to why it could be the 25th of April, because the 4 has appeared, and so and they look like a 2. And some people think they saw like a 5. So some people are thinking it's basically pointing towards the end of April. We're going to get Mania out the way first. It's going to be that first Smackdown after WrestleMania. So that's the current consensus. That's the current belief, is that he's going to be on that Smackdown after Mania. So I'm going to say no to Aleister Black as well. Brie Bella has been making noises and talking to Nikki about we need to go back and we need to do another run. Like, she's being really vocal. They could get her. I would say out of AJ, Rusev, Aleister Black, Brie is the most likely. But I don't know that they've got any plans for the Bellas. I don't know. But I'd say Brie is the most likely out of all of those names so far. Mickie James, I don't really see how she gets involved. She was part of this LFG show, but she's been replaced, hasn't she, by Michelle McCool. So an LFG, I think, will be done by WrestleMania, but she might be there in the crowd just waving, part of the LFG kind of group. So she could be there, but not in any sort of very exciting role. And apparently the Hardys are going to do something on the main roster in the summer. Like, there are plans for the Hardys on the main roster. That's what the word on the street is saying, that we will do something with them. But again, I don't think around WrestleMania. So, to be honest with you, I don't see anything there that's going to result in anything like big at Mania. The Hardys and Brie would be the 2 that kind of go, these are most likely. A couple of them, like Miro and Aleister Black, after WrestleMania. And then, what was the other one? AJ Lee. Just live in constant hope. Just live in constant hope that she's going to make her presence felt. So, yeah, a few bits there that we can dig into. But again, a lot of that just coming from dirt sheets and rumors. WWE always have the ability to shock and surprise, of course. Teresa, shout out to you.
K. Carl. Days. I walked into a gas station one afternoon and bumped into Vinny Del Negro and was able to get him to autograph on my ball cap.
Oh, very good. I don't know who that is, so you very kindly put it's a former San Antonio Spurs basketball player. When I think of San Antonio Spurs, I think of Parker. Didn't he go out with a desperate housewoman? And that's all I know about the San Antonios, but that's about it, really. Apart from they're from San Antonio. I went to a basketball game. I went to the Orlando Magic against the... Am I telling the truth? I can't remember. I can't remember if it was in Orlando or Toronto. I've been to 3 basketball games. I've been to one in Orlando, one in New York, and one in Toronto. I've seen the Raptors, I've seen the Knicks, and I've seen the Magic. And I can't remember, but one of them was playing against the Spurs. And it was when Parker was playing. I'm sure that was his name. And he was playing. And the mascot of the home team was making fun of him. So I seem to remember the mascot putting like a skirt on, a dress on, with a sign that says, I'm a desperate mascot. And was kind of walking around with this I'm a desperate mascot sign, right? Just making fun of the fact that Parker from the San Antonio Spurs was going out with Eva Longoria, who was a desperate housewife. And they had their mascot. Your entertainment with your mascots and your look-alike kind of contests in America are very good. They're very entertaining. I think you do a really good job of entertaining the crowd. To be honest, it's been a long time since I went to like a football match in the UK. So I don't know how it would really compare. But whenever I've gone, it doesn't have that same level of kind of fan engagement. Like Man United have got a mascot, but he won't do stuff as funny as what a basketball mascot would do, you know? So yeah, I thought that was really good. So that is I think my only San Antonio knowledge and my only San Antonio story that I have in my brain. But yeah, very cool. Yeah, he did. They were married for a few years, said Teresa. They split up, have they? Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I don't follow the I don't follow the lives of the desperate housewomen. But yeah, at the time they were. I don't think they were married at that point. I think it was all still quite new, but I don't know. Not information I've massively retained. I'm pleased with what I've remembered, to be honest. Finley, shout out to you. See what Finley's got to say.
Finley Robson. Days, if Smackdown is good tonight, let's party.
Well, yeah, let's hope it is good tonight. We are waiting for some really juicy shows. The shows have been a little bit flat. I mean, I don't feel bad. That's not really the right wording, but I did not start this channel, and I do genuinely have no desire to be down and a bit like moany and mopey and all that. So I don't know, I do it really well, but you know, I want to be like really enthusiastic and positive and excited, and you know, I started this covering wrestling because I love it and I've always loved it, and there's been so many exciting moments, and some of my favorite moments have been whilst watching wrestling and watching, you know, I mean, I remember watching with an old partner, Shawn Michaels Undertaker WrestleMania 25, and I've told the story before of how she wasn't into wrestling. She'd never even watched wrestling, but I was like, let's watch WrestleMania. I promise you it will be fun. And there was nothing really else on. She was all right with it. She, you know, was like, okay. And she was watching it and it was okay. She didn't love it. She didn't hate it. But then we got to Shawn and Undertaker, and I was like, you need to watch this. This is gonna, I promise you, this will be worth your attention. And I actually saw someone that did not care for wrestling or had no connection with wrestling, like, just absolutely fall in love with it in that moment. I mean, I don't think she watches it now, but in that moment, she was a fan. Like, she was rooting I don't know if she was rooting for Undertaker or Shawn, but she was definitely behind one of them. And it was, near falls, the drama, the reactions. I mean, she was one of us. And I saw that match have that impact. I saw that match kind of do that to someone. I know how powerful wrestling, and she was an adult, right? I mean, she was an adult that was flipping, not interested in wrestling at all, and that match took her on a journey. And it took us all on a flipping journey. And so, I started the channel because of some of my favorite moments when I look back on my life involve wrestling. We're just talking about when I went to Birmingham to go and see a show in '94. And I can still remember what the merch table looked like and what merch was being sold in I might even have a picture somewhere of the merch stand from '94. I do need to try and dig out some old pictures. But, I don't want to sit here and be like all moany. There's some people that enjoy that. There's some YouTube channels that enjoy putting WWE on blast. And that's not me. But the problem is when the WrestleMania build has been as slow and as sluggish and as underwhelming as the build that we've had so far, I don't know what are you meant to do? What are you meant to say? How can you dress it up? It's not been great. It's not been what people have been hoping for, and there's lots of potential reasons as to why. But I don't know. The shows have been the shows, isn't they? You've seen the same thing that I've seen. And, where have been those big OMG moments? So the hope is that they will arrive now that we're in London, because London's a major city. We know they've been to London since 1989 on a regular basis. They've certainly done the O2 many, many, many times. They're not just there for today. They're there Monday as well. And why that matters is because they are, they're based there. They're going to be in the hotel, and they're going to be able to, Triple H will be able to get settled, and he's got time to actually stop somewhere rather than just constantly moving around all over Europe. Right, we're going to the Netherlands tomorrow. We're doing Belfast right now. We're going to Nottingham. Now we're going here. Now we're going there. Blah, 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 blah. Right? They're traveling around, day after day after day. It's not brilliant. I don't think the European tour has been helpful for trying to build WrestleMania and make it. It's probably good for getting out there and seeing people, but it's not good for being able to really dig into anything OMG, really deliver anything big. But we're in London now, and I do feel like there's might be an opportunity to kind of turn the volume up a little bit. So don't know if we see that tonight. Don't know if we see that on Monday. Maybe I'm just a hopeful boomer, right? That, shouldn't be. But I am going into this weekend going, come on, please. London, please. Please. Like, I really am hoping that it's going to deliver. I really am hoping that it's going to be turned up from what we've seen so far. And I honestly, I wouldn't be too surprised if it does. I wouldn't be too surprised if it does get a bit better. I think that there's great potential here for it to do exactly that. And what with us being based in London and not having to move around, and Raw's going to come from the O2 on Monday as well. And we know that this is going to be seen as last advertised segment before WrestleMania on Monday. We know we got a big contract signing. We know that basically CM Punk used his segment on Monday just to set up this segment today. We know that we've already done 2 Cody Cena face-to-faces. They surely can't do the exact same segment for a third time. So, I mean, it's surely we can go in with some optimism. So, yeah, let's see. But yeah, Finley, I'm with you, buds. Hopefully, SmackDown will be good tonight. Sonny.
The Sunny Wolf. Days, what time are you coming into the Discord?
Yeah, I said I was going to pop into the Discord. We got a Discord channel that Sonny very kindly runs, and I think a few other people have been modded and look after it in there. It's something that is really for the community. I've said before, I can never commit to going in and doing stuff because, you know, every tweet that gets sent comes from me. Every reply to a comment comes from me. Every video comes from me. Every stream comes from me. So, you know, every keeping on top of notifications for unseen and all that stuff. So, you know, trying to get into the Discord is just, I would rather just say I can't do it than say I'll try, right? I'd much rather say I just can't do it. But Sonny has been asking for a while, like, can I go in? So I've said, right, well, I'll go in Sunday. I can definitely find some time on Sunday. So I'll jump in probably for about an hour on Sunday into the Discords. Time-wise, I don't know. I'm thinking probably around 11-ish. I don't think WWE Vault are showing anything. If they were showing a show, I'd be tempted to do a watch-along. I don't think they are. If they are, then that might change things. But at the moment, let's say 11 UK time, which I think is... I think the clocks change on Sunday. God, why is life so hard? Why is it so hard? You've got America changing clocks, and now I'm sure on Sunday the UK is changing clocks. So I can't even tell you if 11 o'clock here, what time it'll be Eastern time. I don't know, is my honest answer. Because of, it's not straightforward to just... I can say 11 o'clock UK time, but that ain't going to help much, is it? I don't know if there's 4 or 5 hours difference at that point. So leave it with me. I'll have to look into it and find out when the clocks change, how that will affect things, what the time difference will be. And do you see how these things become bigger jobs? Do you see how these simple things become unsimple? I hate this world. This world sucks. They need to give us something to talk about. It's been 3 weeks, says Jamie. WWE Vault are doing WrestleMania 26 on Sunday. Are they? Are they? Let's have a little look at that then. Because you know me. I am down for doing watch-alongs, but only if WWE Vault are doing them. Let's have a little look. We did... Oh my God, they are doing WrestleMania 24. WrestleMania 24 on... Is that Sunday night? Yeah. Midnight on Sunday night, WrestleMania. Oh, God. I've got such a soft spot for 24 as well. Because that was in Orlando. And I was in Orlando about a week or two before it. I went to Orlando. And I got to see all the banners and all the stuff that was up. And I didn't go to the stadium. But just being in Orlando a week or two before WrestleMania meant that it's the most I've ever had a taste of what a WrestleMania going to one would be like. I was in the place where WrestleMania was going to be held like a few weeks before it happens. So I remember jumping on the iRide, which is in Orlando. There is a very famous road called International Drive, right? And it's actually not what it used to be. It's still good, but like it's got mini golf courses on there, like Crazy Golf. It's got shops, like tons of hotels. It's got Hogan's Beach Shop on there. It's got like SeaWorld's the one end with a big shopping outlet, and then the other end is another huge shopping outlet, right? So you got 2 massive shopping outlets either end of this road. You've got the convention center, you've got mini golf, you've got shops. I mean, yeah, it's incredible. But unfortunately, as time has gone by, holiday makers now, they go and stay in Disney or they'll stay in Universal, and they won't stay on International Drive so much. And so that now means that it's kind of got, not run down, but it's not what it was. It doesn't have the same energy that it used to have. And a lot of the kind of shops and little places have kind of gone. But it's still a destination. It's still got, like, a big Ferris wheel there. There's still helicopter tours that go from there. It's just this bonkers, I suppose in a way it's like the Strip in Las Vegas. It's like a place that you need to be aware of. And I've stayed on that like loads of times, that road, in hotels whenever I've been in Florida. And to get from one end to the other, rather than getting taxis and stuff, there's buses that go up and down called I-Rides, green, like tram type things. And I remember distinctly getting on one of those, and it was just decked out WrestleMania for WrestleMania 24. And, you'd see the banners in the streets. And this was before Hogan's Beat Shop. That wasn't there. But I think it was a 7-Eleven at that point. It's a Hogan's Beat Shop now. But, it's got a soft place in my heart, this one. This isn't one that I just tuned in and watched. This is one that I feel I didn't get much of an experience of, but the most I've ever had. So I'm definitely down for that. So what I would probably do, Sonny, is I'd want to start an hour before, and maybe I go in the Discord the hour before that. But then, I don't know, does that sort of make it less special if I'm talking to people in the Discord and then I'm just going to go live after it anyway? Maybe I'll do... I've said Sunday, haven't I? So let's just do it. We'll probably do that. So, okay. The hour before this show starts, right? Whatever time that is, wherever you are, I will be live. The hour before that, I'll be in the Discords. Done. That's what I'm doing. We're not messing around. That's what I'm doing, right? And we're going to commit to that. So we'll do that show on Sunday night. I'll start the hour before on this channel. We'll be live here, but the hour before that, I'll be in the Discord. Done. Look at this. We've started so early doing this stream that I'm actually having to do like calendar scheduling live. I'm here for that, though. I'm here for that. I feel like I need to write down set up WrestleMania 24 stream so that I don't forget, which is what I'm writing down right now. Set up WrestleMania 24 stream. And I've put Discord in brackets. Lovely. Check me out. Oh my God, I'm so organized. I love this for us. Kim Janes, shout out to you. I got a question for the community. How long will it be until Seth Rollins dresses as a flump? Do our American friends know what flumps are? I'm trying to think if I know what a flump is. It's like a marshmallowy type thing, isn't it? Like a twizzle, kind of marshmallowy type thing. I wouldn't know how to explain it. Right, Connor said, do we see any of these 4 surprises for SmackDown? Street Profits retaining. Oh, I see that. I think it'd be more of a surprise if they lost. Jacob interfering. Don't know what he would interfere in. It feels like he is moving towards a match with Solo, and I haven't seen anything advertised for Solo, so I don't know what Jacob would interfere in. Punk reveals the favor. There is a chance of that because Punk's looking for something in the contracts. We don't know what he's looking for, but so there is a chance that the favor is revealed if he feels that he needs to use it. But I don't know that he would call it in or do it here. He could do. But I feel like the favor has become such a big talking point that I would pull that trigger on a bigger stage or in a bigger moment. It's only, I mean, like, I think the favor, if he looks in the contract and he wants this to be the main event of WrestleMania and it's not, then maybe he'll call that favor into Paul because, you know, I'm sure Paul can find a way of making this the main event. I've always thought it'd be something like that, but it would be interesting if it was something a bit more explosive than that. that's not that big of a deal to us, is it? Well, I don't really care what main event's night one. It matters to Punk, but it doesn't really matter to me. I don't care if it's Jay Gunther. It makes no doubt. I couldn't care less if Seth, Punk, Roman open night one. I'm not bothered. I'll be surprised, and I wouldn't put it there, but I wouldn't be too bothered. It'd be a talking point. I'd probably say something like, I wouldn't have done this, but I wouldn't be bothered. So it would be good if the favour was something a bit more explosive than that, but yeah, we'll have to, well, obviously have to wait and see. What was the other one? A rift between Jacob and Solo grows. I think that's happening anyway, but yeah, I think we're seeing a rift anyway. Young Fatty, shout out to you, said, I've been watching for years. Thank you for the fun. Well, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the kind words, and yeah, well, thank you. Thank you for joining us. I've always said there is like a large part of the community we don't hear from on a regular basis. We know that there's like a lot of people that join us that just watch in the background, and it is always weird when people come forward and they're like, I've been watching for years, and it's like, I really appreciate that. I like, you know, a big shout out to those in the shadows, those that kind of hang back. That would be me, to be honest. Normally when I'm watching stuff, I'm doing other things at the same time. So I would not be someone that would be sat in the chat typing all the time. I would be like, it would just be on in the background. So shout out to you, my friend, and shout out to everyone else that's all the lurkers out there that's are lurking in the shadows. Shout out to all of you. A-Jobs said, what are your thoughts on UFC? Not touched it, but you know me. If I'm not doing it, I don't touch it. I don't even look into it. I don't do any research for it. I don't get chance to be honest with you. Like, I don't have time in my week to sit down and like look into stuff. And if I'm not doing it, my focus is on the channel. Little Rise said, Days, I'm going to go to Raw. I'm so excited. I don't have Twitter, so I can't post in and get stuff into Unseen. But do you think that we will see The Rock? I'm leaning towards it being unlikely, just because there's been no words, no update. It's been radio silent. So the only thing that was mentioned was that he was rumored to be at one of the Raws during this European tour. We've had 2, and this is our 3rd one, and I think our final one. So Monday is the last chance, really. But you know The Rock. You know his schedule. You know that he's got a lot of plates spinning. So the fact they've not been mentioning him is obviously not a good sign, because, you know, they easily could have been teasing and building for him being on the show, and there's just been nothing. So I'm leaning towards it being unlikely now, but not impossible. So I would say there's a chance, but I wouldn't get your hopes pinned on it, because the way this story has gone so far with no mention of him makes me wonder why. And also, we've done no build or any kind of hint towards his arrival at Raw on Monday, which they don't have to do. So it doesn't mean it's impossible. But I wouldn't pin my hopes on it, because you don't want to go thinking, oh, is it, and then be disappointed. It's better to go just thinking, well, I'm going to see Cody, I'm going to see John, let's see what that segment's got. And if you get The Rock, well, you'll hit the roof, won't you? But I can't make any guarantees on that. Just because the way it's all played out, it's not saying to me that he's going to be there at the moment. Right, Jamie, shout out to you, said, WWE shouldn't be aired after what happened to Owen Hart. It shows how corrupt that place is to give his family an out-of-court settlement, backing his wife into a corner to make a handshake, says Jamie. Well, that was a long time ago, wasn't it? So I don't know that I can agree that WWE shouldn't be aired. WWE shouldn't have carried on with that show. I can agree with that. But yeah, I mean, that's obviously a very dark time in the WWE's history. That was a bad decision that was made. And honestly, the Vince documentary really kind of changed my opinion on that thing. I used to have, not defend it, but I used to provide a counterpoint to it, because a lot of people would say the show continued and it shouldn't have. And my response before the Vince documentary was, I can sort of understand why it continued, because Vince, I'm sure, would have been in shock, and I'm sure would have been thinking about the family, and I'm sure would have wanted the best for the family in that moment. Like, I think Owen is pronounced dead in the ambulance. So Vince, as Owen's being brought back, I don't know that he knows that Owen has passed in that moment. I know he'll know it's not good, but and it's not looking good, but I don't know that he knows that he's passed away. So in that moment, putting myself in his shoes, my only focus is Owen and Owen's family and that. So the idea that I'm stopping the show, shutting the show down and all of that's not really in my mind in that moment. In that moment, my mind is on Owen. What do I do to help him? What do we, like, I know he's with, like, you know, the ambulance emergency services and all of that sort of stuff, but that's where my focus is at. So I've always sort of defended Vince a little bit in regards to that. I still think the show should have stopped, but I can understand why in the heat of the moment, trying to put myself in his shoes, I can understand why it didn't, because I can understand where my focus would be as well, and it would 100% be on Owen. So I've kind of always had that mindset of, like, it should have stopped, but I'm not going to go in hard on Vince for that mentality. But the reason why I said my mind changed is because during the Vince documentary, I kind of got the impression Vince wasn't of that mindset, and that he wasn't thinking that way. He was thinking more along the lines of Owen wouldn't want the show to be stopped and stuff like this. And, you know, people made a good point of, well, this became a crime scene. A man died here, and there is clearly going to need to be an investigation. And, I mean, my brain wouldn't even go to that in the heat of the moment. In the heat of the moment, it's really easy to sit here and say, well, it's a crime scene, an active crime scene, and there needs to be, like, that's really easy now. But in the heat of the moment, my brain, I don't think, would say that to me. I don't think it would go, no, you've got to stop because this is now a crime scene. Because, again, he was pronounced dead in the ambulance. So when would Vince, it's not a crime scene at that point. There's been an incident that needs to be investigated into, but at that point we don't know that he's dead. So yeah, I don't know. I've always given him a bit of wiggle room on it. I've always given him a benefit of a doubt. But having watched that whole segment on Owen, it kind of changed my mind. Do you know, there was something in there, though, in that Vince documentary that I think, on reflection, was quite bad, and that on their part. And that was, there's a scene where they show you the ring, and it's just covered in bloods. And it's not a show that I've watched that many times, to be honest. It really isn't. I mean, it's not a show that was on the network, for example. You're not going to find that show on Peacock. And so, like, I don't remember all what happens in it, like, you know. So, but there's this one bit in the documentary where they show the ring and there's blood all over the ring, and they sort of insinuate that is from Owen and Owen's fall. And it turns out it isn't. It's actually from something earlier in the show. I think that's really bad in the documentary, for them to sort of show the mat and show that blood and sort of suggest that was connected to Owen. when actually wrestlers have come out and said that was not connected to Owen, that was not from that incident. So, you know, even the documentary, I think, is a bit off. But the Owen conversation is obviously not an easy conversation to have. It's one of the, if not the darkest moment. Well, it's easily the darkest, most horrific thing that's happened in a WWE ring. But we know about Eddie, and we know about a lot of like really horrific stuff, and Vince, what he's alleged of, horrific things that have happened away from the ring. But easily the most horrific thing that's happened in a ring is the whole Owen thing. Aaron said, Mania 24 is my first wrestling show ever watched. Oh, really? That was your first Mania show that you ever watched? Ah, very good. Very good. It's a fun one, isn't it? It's a fun one. It is genuinely a fun one. I mean, I think that Big Show Floyd Mayweather is pretty bonkers, but Mayweather does all right, actually. And we've obviously got Undertaker Edge, which is a good match. It's not the same standard as the Shawn one, but apparently Vince was going to have Edge end the streak that year. And Edge turned it down. He said he didn't think that he was the right person. Isn't that crazy? Edge was given the opportunity to end the streak, and he was like, I don't think I'm the right person. So he turned it down. So we could have seen the end of the streak that year. And we would have, isn't it funny that we were just on the verge of 2 incredible matches with Shawn, 2 incredible matches with Triple H, and they would have lost their edge had the streak have already been ended. Easily would have lost their edge. So, God, thank you, Edge. Thank you for turning it down, because the matches that followed greatly benefited. But yeah, it's fun one. I've got a real soft spot for 24. So, Aaron, I hope you are well, my friends. Let's jump into the chat. We've done an hour already. Look at us. Look at us, eh? Look at us. Hasib
Hassan. Days I might be bugging lol, but have we ever gotten the reason why Paul never answered Roman call? If not, probably after Mania when the betrayal happens.
Did we ever get a reason why Paul didn't answer Roman's call? If not, probably after Mania when the betrayal happens. I don't remember any reasonings. So, I think, I mean, it does feel like a betrayal is coming in. There is a lot of people thinking that it's going to be Heyman and Seth. I struggle a bit with that, to be honest, because I don't really want us to go down those roads. I don't see Heyman and Seth making a good partnership. That dynamic just doesn't work for me. I mean, I think like Brock and Roman are really big. Seth is not the same size as those guys. And so seeing him stand next to Paul, and it just doesn't really work. I think if you was going to do Seth and Paul, you've got to build a faction. It's got to be a faction. You've got to have some youngsters in there. There's got to be more than just Seth. It's got to be a new group that's going to, take the company over, being led by Seth Rollins. And then Heyman can be like, the advocate or whatever, right? So it's got to be a faction. If they do a faction, I can buy it more. If it's just Seth, it doesn't look right in my head. The dynamic just doesn't work in my head. But some people are thinking like, oh, Heyman's going to be torn between Roman and Punk. Which way is he going to go? And then boom, he goes off with Seth. That's the swerve. I don't know. I'm not keen. I could be keen again if they make a faction, but yeah, not sure. I really don't know how all this plays. I don't really have a vibe or a feeling as to how it's going to work out and play out. I'd love to sit here and go, right, well, word on the street is that this is going to happen, that's going to happen, it's going to build to this match, it's going to build to that match. I can't really figure it out. Might make a really good opinions video, actually. What do you think is going to be the outcome of the whole Seth Roman Punk situation, like who wins at Mania, what happens after Mania, will there be a betrayal, who will Heyman be managing by the time we get to, say, SummerSlam? Like, how do you think the story plays? That could be a really interesting opinions video, because sitting here right now, I don't actually have an answer. Wrestler Andy, hello, my friends. Said, do we think The Rock will show up this week? We just spoke about that. I don't think he'll be on the show tonight. There's not a reason for him to be on the show tonight. So I'm not expecting him around today. But I think there is a good chance that we could see him on Monday. But as I said earlier, I think that's still got to be labelled as unlikely. If we're talking about what's most likely, is this more likely or is that more likely? I think we've got to label it more unlikely that he's going to be there. Just because there's been a lot of radio silence. There really hasn't been much talk of him. I mean, last time I saw anything to do with him being on this tour was before this tour. So ever since this European tour has happened, there's been no word of The Rock actually being on it. So that now makes me think that plans have changed, or, you know, like, is not available anymore. We know what his blooming schedule's like. But then equally, you know, with flipping 24 hours to go, like on Sunday, it could be that we get word that is breaking news, The Rock's going to be in London. I mean, we've seen that before, where like just 24, 48 hours before on social media, there's a breaking news thing, you know? So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. If I'm going to lean towards unlikely rather than likely, but it is not impossible. Aseeb said, do we think Punk had something to do with declining? Do we think Punk had something to do with declining? What do you mean by that, buds? Do we think Punk had something to do with declining? Do you mean not taking Roman's call back? Like, or what do you mean? I don't know that we're... I mean, we could put Punk and Heyman back together. Like, that would be fine. They worked really well together, but I don't think Punk needs it. I don't think Punk needs it, and I wouldn't necessarily go down those roads. If I was going to do it, I think I'd put a faction around Punk as well, rather than just do Punk and Heyman. Actually, how you use Heyman going forward is going to be very, very interesting. Of all the options on the table, I think I would keep him with Roman. I really do like them two as a pairing. I do like those two together. They've been together for, you know, years now, since late 2020. So I do like them as a partnership, as a pairing. But you can, you know, we can always explore other avenues. But if we're going to do that, it's gonna. I wouldn't want to just swap Roman for Seth, or swap Roman for Punk, and all of a sudden now, like, this is good. Like, to me, if we're going to do something different with Paul, let's do something different with Paul. And so I don't know if that would be managing a faction or giving him like someone new, like maybe put Obafemi with Paul. That could be interesting. All of it, I could see Paul being needed with Obafemi. I can't see Punk or Seth needing Paul. So, yeah, I would be... I don't know. I'm not crazy about the switch. I'm not crazy about switching Paul over to someone else, because I just think that you're just doing it really for the sake of doing it. I don't foresee any major stories with Paul being with Punk, apart from Roman will be upset. But that's a very short-term thing. Whereas putting him with someone like Obafemi, who's a brand new star, and he's going to need that guidance, that makes a lot more sense. But then equally put in a faction around Seth that could involve Obafemi or involve Trick Williams, or who knows. You know, I could see Paul being required there as well. I think it comes down to, where is Paul needed? And I just don't think he's needed by Seth or Punk. Seeb said Paul not answering. Punk was mystery. Heyman came out literally the week after not answering, says Seeb. They've not gone back to that, but I mean, it could be connected that there's some at play there. But as I said, I wouldn't go down those roads of having him with... I wouldn't go down those roads of putting him with Punk unless you're going to do something more interesting and have it build like a faction. Sonny, shout out to you. Right, Jamie. Let's get Jamie's thoughts.
Jamie Robinson. I think we have realized they can't beat Hulk Hogan's heel turn WCW, which they've been trying to do for years. It's 20 years too late for this Cena heel. It's crap.
I think I mean, I wouldn't have done the Cena heel turn. I've said that lots of times. I was asked about it before it happened. I said I wouldn't do it. Cena's in his final year. He's waving goodbye. To me, doing it now is just... He's had his career. He's had his career. His career's done. I mean, really, this year is about, will he get 17? And what's his last match going to be? You know, and he's just having final matches with people. We know that he's done by December. So it just sort of, I mean, it was a shocking moment. Yeah. Let's not get it twisted. It is a truly shocking moment and a moment a lot of people enjoyed. But, you know, the concerns are still, as we sat here, the same concerns. Which is like, you know, you've got like a load of people that are buying tickets to see John to say goodbye one last time. And, you know, flipping people are buying tickets to say goodbye to John, thanks for everything. And he's coming out blaming the fans, calling them toxic. And it's like, it's just weird. It's just a bit weird. That poor kid standing in all the Cena merch getting blasted, you know? That kid, though, was great. He came out the other day and he was like, he'll always be my hero. We was talking about that in Unseen. So, yeah, I mean, and again, when he retires, surely he's going to be face. Surely in his last match, he'll be face, which means we're going to have to turn him back at some point this year. So I completely agree with you. If this turn was to really mean something, it needed to be done 10, 15 years ago when he was an active star. And, you know, it would have, you know, delivered more, meant more, because we would have had years and years and years of John Cena as a heel, and we would have explored it a lot more. Whereas, you know, right now we've turned him heel and we've only got limited dates, and we know that we're done at the end of the year. We've got one more advertised appearance before WrestleMania. That's it. Monday is it. Whatever goes down Monday with Cena, that's it. There is no more Cena unless he's going to make some surprise appearances. Like, we're just not dealing with lots of dates. We're not dealing with lots of John Cena. 30-odd dates feels like a lot, right? And it is, but when you actually take out a few of those dates as matches at PLEs, and you obviously you can't just turn up and do the match. So you've got to do a build. It's sort of like all of a sudden, like it starts to kind of whittle down quite quickly. So, yeah, I mean, I am enjoying looking at this Cena situation because it's very interesting for me, because I'm not dead against it. I'm not dead against us trying stuff. But it's interesting because I wouldn't have done it. And so it's interesting to see how it's going. The turn was very well received, but I think the promos that have followed, certainly the one on Monday, has definitely received its backlash, right? But if he can come out with something better on Monday, if we can get a brawl, if we can get something on Monday which is going to make the video package, and surely we are. Surely we are. They need stuff for the video package, right? If they can't just have Cena coming out and just berating the crowds. There's got to be something that we're going to be getting for the video package. A brawl, or, you know, Cena whipping Cody in the rain or beating him up backstage. You know, maybe we do the promo, Cena walks away, everyone's really like, oh my God, they've done it again. But then later in the show, backstage, we're talking to Cody and boom, Cena finally attacks. And then we get the attack backstage, maybe spilling out into the entranceway. I honestly, if we get another promo exactly the same as what we've had the past 2 weeks, and that's it, honestly, the IWC are not going to be impressed. Because, the honeymoon period on the turn feels like it's wearing a little thin already. So, I don't know. It's a difficult one. I agree with you. I've never thought the Cena turn was the Hogan turn level. I passionately disagree that the Cena turn is the number one turn. I don't even have it in my top 3. But it is a truly shocking moment. It is a truly shocking moment. And it is easily the most dramatic thing they've done on this road to WrestleMania. There's nothing that even remotely comes close. There's nothing that I don't think will come close. And the reason why I was so stunned is because I was stunned. I didn't think they would do it. I was shocked. I was stunned. I was legitimately stunned. So I mean, it's a truly, truly shocking moment. But the jury's out if it was the right thing to have done. And the jury is still out on that. And I don't think we'll really know until at least WrestleMania season is over and WrestleMania is over. And we might not even know until the heel turn is done. And maybe on reflection, we'll look at it and say it was worth it. It was good. But I don't think there's no disagreement that whatever they do, this should have been done 15 years ago for it to have had a much bigger effect. It's got that air of it's now or never about it. We had to do it now because otherwise we were just never going to do it because Cena retires at the end of the year. So, Jamie, shout out to you. I agree with you. I don't have it ahead of the Hogan turn. But it is still the best thing we've had on this road to WrestleMania. Fiendish Howdy, shout out to you, my friends. See what Fiendish Howdy is saying. Where are we time-wise? Okay, we've got an hour and 45 minutes. Here we go.
Fiendish Howdy. When do you think the Wyatt 6 and Alexa Bliss will return? Do you think it's next week or after WrestleMania? 4, 1.
I think it'll be soon. I think it'll be before WrestleMania. If I'm Triple H, I don't want to keep kicking the Wyatt 6 can down the road. I think there's been a few reasons why I've had to. So, for example, Bo getting injured. I know the argument is that he still could have used the other members. I think that's difficult because we haven't fleshed these characters out. Like, we don't know who's going to step up and be vocal and who's going to lead the group. Who is the deputy whenever Bo is not around? Is it Rowan? Is it Nikki? Is it Dexter? Is it Gacy? I don't know, and I don't know if Triple H knows. I think it's really unfortunate that this injury happened so early in the kind of evolution of the group. If this had happened even 3 months later, I think we would have been in a much better place. If Alexa had joined the group, she could have took over the group. She could have been the mouthpiece. She could have been the leader. But without Alexa in the group, there's a lot of questions. And in fact, I would say so many questions that I can understand why the decision was, let's just park it. Because I think it was a steady stream of just disasters. You know, Braun was meant to do something with them. They teased it in like an image. There was a picture of him with Rowan, and Braun picked up an injury, an illness, right? So he was out at the end of last year. Then we had word about Alexa's contracts issues. So that never worked out. Then obviously we know that Bo picked up an injury and seemingly was out for about 3 months. So that was a big problem. So, and then obviously the Final Testament kind of gets split up and released. We decide to move the Wyatt 6 over to SmackDown. I'm not sure what the logic was there, but we announced that we'd moved him over to SmackDown. I don't know why. I don't know what the plan was. We seemingly never got to it because of all the stuff we just mentioned. But they've just been through this horrible period where there's been illnesses and injuries and contract issues and God only knows what else. And so I can understand why they're like, do you know what? That is a project. That really is. That does not have the flexibility built into it that is needed for this at the moment. So let's park it. Let's get everyone back fit. I can focus on everything else, and we'll pick that back up when everyone's ready. Now, Alexa came in at the Rumble. We found out that late February, early March, Bo was back, but they've now just gone on this European tour. And so I think they're probably, and I don't have this as evidence, but I think they're probably waiting for the European tour to end so that we can then get back to America and get stuck into, Alexa's a new time mom, isn't she? And I don't know that she wants to be taking her kid on tour around Europe. So I would imagine, because she wanted a new contract and she wanted like new terms and all this kind of stuff. As a new mom, she is, going to be there for a kid. Her kid comes first. Everyone's going to understand that. I don't think she wants to be dragging a kid around Europe, dragging a kid backstage. I don't know what this means for Alexa appearances and if she's going to work a more reduced schedule now. I don't know. I'm just speaking out loud. But I would not be shocked to find out that she is waiting until after the tour. I wouldn't be shocked to see something get teased for London. I wouldn't be shocked to see us set something up for next week, and then next week we get something Wyatt 6 or we get something Alexa Bliss. Word on the street is tag match for Alexa at WrestleMania, and that's got to be against Liv and Raquel. We've still got time to build that. I understand that it's not going to be the big epic build people are looking for, but to be honest with you, we just got to get going. We just got to get them back on TV. We've just got to fire up the band again, We've just got to get the ball rolling. We just got to get things moving. Don't worry so much about, is it perfect? No, but so much of the Wyatt 6 has not been perfect. So let's just get going. Let's just get going and get them up and running, and then we can flip and worry about perfecting everything in the future. So I would like to think that we will have the Wyatt 6 with Alexa in the ring at WrestleMania, and I would love an image of Bray being shown on the Titantron. I think that would be awesome, and I think that would really hit people in the feels. Certainly with the crowd putting up fireflies and everything as well. Like, that would be a moment for Bray at WrestleMania. The Wyatt 6 would be there. And that, to me, would feel like a launching pad for after WrestleMania. I know everyone says the momentum is dead, or a lot of people say the momentum is dead. And it is. But it can be picked up again. It can be picked up again. And I think that if you have that moment where they make it clear we're back and we're stronger than ever, the missing piece of the puzzle is now with us. That missing piece being Alexa. We are the Wyatt 6. There's only been 5 of them, and I know it's not spelt the same. But, we know there's meant to be 6 members, and there's only been 5, and Alexa is that missing piece. Mate, you can't tell me if they do that moment that you can't then follow that up on Raw or on SmackDown with something good, some, vignette promo, attack, that then we haven't got some momentum going. Of course we do. Of course we will. Of course we have. So it can get back. This is why I'm not off the hype train. This is why I'm not down on it. This is why I'm not like, it's dead, it's over, I genuinely don't believe that. I think there is a way of salvaging this. I think there is a way of turning the ship around. You've just got to book them. the way we always wanted them booked. Yeah, something that would have been good last year will still be good this year, right? Good booking and creative last year would still be good booking and creative this year. And I promise you, there's something in the human psyche that I can't quite explain. And I've seen it enough times whereby what you get, if it is really good in the moment, can erase a lot of the awfulness of the past. There have been so many occasions where we have done halftime scores and they have been garbage. And then we get to the final segment and it's a big segment and all of a sudden everyone's scores shoot up to 7, right? Like, it is insane how that final segment, the last thing you remember about a show, can dictate your opinion of that entire show. And I think that the same applies to the Wyatt 6. Has it been a dumpster fire, a garbage fire? Yes, clearly. But if you can have that big moment at WrestleMania, if you can deliver something very satisfying, if you can make that statement of, we're here, we're back, now we're ready to go, like, join us, yeah? If you can get that message on the biggest stage of all and get it to land and get it to feel good, which people will be like, I just don't have any confidence they'll do that. Well, maybe they won't, but if they can, I promise you, we're back. I promise you the momentum will be there. And that, you know, what people will say then is it'll be, well, let's see how they follow it up. That is what people would say. There'd be excitement amongst Wyatt 6 fans, like, yes, they're back, they're here, I'm so excited, let's go, been waiting for this. And non-Wyatt 6 fans would say, let's see if they can follow it up. I don't have any confidence they'll follow it up. And then it'll be a case of, can they follow it up, right? So this is why I don't think they're dead in the water. This is why I don't think they're done. This is why I don't think they're, you know, unsalvageable. I think they can be salvaged. I just think that it's going to take a big effort. It's going to take a big moment. They're going to have to make sure they've got good follow-up, good creative. Do you know what? They're just going to need to make sure they've got all the stuff that we thought they had last year when they didn't. So, please, Rob Fee, whoever, Jason Baker. I know you just make the costumes, but you do a brilliant job. Bo, Triple H, anyone that's involved. Can we get this sorted? Can we get this sorted? No one's going to want this to work more than Bo. Bo is going to absolutely want this to deliver, and Bo will know himself that this has not gone to plan. No, they're not sat back there going, well, this has been brilliant. I promise you, they're not sat in catering going, we've smashed this. Oh my God. This has so far gone beyond better than our wildest dreams. Everyone's going to know that this has not been what people have been looking for, but for various different reasons. So, yeah, don't give up. Don't stop believing, in the words of, I think it was Boston. I'm not sure. I don't know who that band was, but God bless them because it's a great track. 9 Doc Holiday said, all I need to pick it back up is Alexa VHS tape. Yeah, that would be pretty sick, wouldn't it? That would be pretty sick. An Alexa VHS tape would be a good follow-up. I need... do you know what? That's another opinion video, isn't it? What would you need or what would you want to get that momentum back? I mean, I feel like a moment at WrestleMania, a WrestleMania moment would be a good starting point. But, you know, I want to know where they do their promos. I think one of the big things that's missing is the fact that Bray had the Funhouse and this group just don't have anything. Give me, flesh out their world. This is meant to be a world. This isn't meant to just be some characters. It's meant to be a world. You know, we've got a whole mythology. There's a whole Bray Wyatt backstory and mythology. And we are still in that world. We're still in that world. So grow it, push it forwards. I've said before, Bo cannot, and I don't think he would be, but he cannot be worried about adding to this world and expanding this world and doing stuff that we don't know if Bray would have done it or not. He can't be worried about that. Because if he is, just don't do any of it. Just don't do any of it. Otherwise, you're just a tribute. You're just a tribute. And you shouldn't be a tribute. This is a world that Bray has given to us, right? This is characters like Sister Abigail, right? Like The Fiend, like the puppets, the Funhouse. Like, this whole world has been given to us and created by Bray. And so now we use these pieces to tell new stories and go on new adventures, new journeys, right? Can't be afraid of getting in there and doing some stuff in this world. Otherwise, just don't do it. Just don't do it. If you're going to be tiptoeing around. Now, I don't think that's the issue at the moment, but I can't sit here and explain as to why have we not had a place for promos. You know, where is their fun house? And even if it's not a fun house, where is their promo place where they cut their promos? And, you know, what are we going to do in regards to Sister Abigail and fleshing these stories out? I mean, let's dig into that. I want to see that. I want to see what's next for the Fiend character, for Sister Abigail. And everyone's going to have their thoughts and think, oh, well, Sister Abigail, she died. Her spirit was set free with that fire, the compound fire that Randy did, right? That is all true. But that does not mean that her spirit cannot be found or returned through God knows what, right? And so I sort of look at it and I'm like, I don't want to go, you know me, I don't want to be going supernatural and all that kind of stuff. But I think the stuff that can be explored. I think, what if Bo needs, he hears the words of the Red, but what if the words of the Red are telling him to find Sister Abigail? And so he has to go to like a medium, a psychic, a new person that we've not seen before. And he has to do, I suppose in a way, what Chad Gable's just got done, where he had to go to Mexico to find a guy because Dom had given him a number. And then he ends up getting the mask, and, you know, that's a whole separate story. But why can't Bo go on a journey where the words of the Red, the words of Bray are telling him to find Sister Abigail? She's the only one that has the information needed to help him in the situation he finds himself in, right? And so he goes to a medium, he goes to, like, you know, and like gets a message. And like, you know that everyone will be then trying to decode whatever this message is, trying to figure out what it is. And the great thing with WWE is they've just got hours and hours and hours of content that they can link back to. They've got hours of stuff that they can find connections to. Can you imagine if, like, the words of Sister Abigail connect back to a specific moment from the past that was not thought to be anything important, but actually on reflection now you look at it and go, oh my God, they've linked it back to that? And that does make sense because blah, 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 blah. But because they've got so many hours of footage, you know, as long as you're willing to do that sort of work, you can, there are stories that can be told. There are things that can be done. There's a whole world that can be fleshed out. And we just ain't done none of it. We ain't done nothing. Honestly, I just think the whole Wyatt Six stuff's like a sandbox. If you was in that creative department, you should be so excited to get your hands into that world. so excited to, oh my God, what could we do? You know, oh, let's go. Like, there's so much potential. There's so much opportunity. There's so much to, you know, you don't have to just do boring. The group come out, lights go out, they come back on, they're standing behind a person, they beat them up, stand tall. Do you know what I mean? Like, all this surface level nonsense. There's deeper, richer stories that can be told that tie into Bray's creative. So I would love to see us digging into that in 2025. But let's get them back first. Let's just get them back first. Fiendish Howdy said, I hope tonight we get a QR code. And when we scan it, we could see lots of cryptic images. One of the images have coordinates for the Allstate Arena or Chicago. Fiendish Howdy, shout out to you, buds. Yeah. Anything that points towards their return and anything that can kind of point us towards where that return's going to happen would be welcome. I would be down for that. We know that Nightbird was really well received. Not everyone engaged in it, but it was well received from those that did kind of take part with it and have fun with it. And so doing a little something like that to kind of, you know, herald a return of a return that's coming up soon, I think would be very well received. But yeah, I don't see them being on the show obviously tonight. I don't see them being on. There's maybe a chance for Alexa, but I don't believe she will be. If she is, brilliant. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying I don't think she will be. And then I will be looking at next week. Yeah, I'll be looking at like, can we get our teeth into something before WrestleMania to set something up at WrestleMania? There's maybe a chance we don't see the Wyatt 6 till WrestleMania, but yeah, Fiendish Howdy, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. 9 Doc Holiday said Bray Hall of Fame is when the Wyatt 6 will reign. Well, I hope they'll reign before that, to be honest. I think I don't see him going in this year. There's no word of it being this year. Part of me wonders if they want him to be the headliner and Triple H is the headliner. So I'm thinking next year he'll go into the Hall of Fame, but I'm hoping that we get going with the Wyatt 6, obviously, immediately. Now that they're apparently all back and we're all good, I'm hoping that we get stuck into the Wyatt 6 immediately and we really, really start making some moves. So for me, the two wouldn't really be connected. I think he goes in next year. I still can't prove that. I still don't know that. But I would put him in next year. But with the Wyatt 6, oh God, after the 2024 they need a monster second part to 2025. They, I'm really hoping for big things for this group. And listen, if it doesn't go that way, it doesn't go that way. I know there'll be a lot of people going, I knew this was always going to bomb. And, well, okay, fine. Good for you. For some of us had hopes and expectations that this was going to deliver because, to be honest with you, I could book it. I think lots of you could book it. I think we could do it. So I really don't understand why WWE are struggling. I mean, I do understand why they've struggled recently because we've just gone through the list of issues. But if by the time we get to the end of this year and the Wyatt 6 has still been a disaster, I can't explain that. I can't explain that. I would be able to do a job on this. And I know that many of you would as well. Because we know what we like and we know what made The Fiend so good and what made the Funhouse so good. Like, we know. And so you just dig into that world. And so I feel like it's pretty straightforward, really. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. We know they've been through a rough period. Jordan, shout out to you. I've spoken for quite a bit. I'm going to get the voice to read this one out. We've got about an hour. Oh my God, we've got an hour and 20 minutes. That's all. Time is flying, kids. Flying. Here we go.
Yes, lads. Heading to the O2 RN, and tonight's my girlfriend's first live show. She's super gassed, so I hope it'll be worth it.
Have a great time, my friends. Jordan, shout out to you. I hope you really enjoy it. I hope your girlfriend enjoys it as well. There is something really... spoke about that just. There's something really special about going with someone that's not normally a wrestling fan and seeing them have a good time. I mean, WWE is just built for entertaining everyone, you know, even the casuals. Sometimes it's frustrating for us that they cater so much to the casuals, but this is where it'll really pay off. And yeah, I just hope you have the best time, dudes. And I can't see any reason why you won't. If I click on SmackDown, it's still not showing this week's episode. No countdown yet, so I'll have to just keep an eye out on that. So yeah, Jordan, have a great time. I hope your partner has a great time, and you'll have to let us know how you got on, my friends. Right. Jacob. Let's get Jacob's thoughts. I'm going to try and blast through quite a few of these now.
Jacob Palanca. Member. You know, I think The Rock threw a wrench with this Mania. Wanted Cody to be heel. Cody says no, so now Cena is heel. HHH doesn't know what to do, cause Rock will show up and change everything.
Could be. Honestly, I think The Rock 2 years in a row has kind of put a bit of a spanner in the works. So I don't think that's been particularly helpful, but unfortunately, 2 years in a row, his presence has made WrestleMania better. The biggest thing that's happened has been The Rock getting involved, saying to Cody, I want your soul, and then Cena turns heel. If we didn't have that, I mean, imagine if the whole Cena heel turn hadn't happened, and we didn't have any of that, and we didn't have The Rock or anything. I mean, we would have just been left with everything else, which is pretty much nothing. So, unfortunately, the biggest, most shocking, most exciting thing that's happened has come as a result of what The Rock did. And last year, where Cody would have won the Rumble and just gone on to face Roman, I don't think there's any doubt or dispute that The Rock provided the most entertaining sections and segments. Like, my favorite segment from last year on Raw is The Rock whipping Cody in the ring and beating him down, and all the promos that he was cutting at that time, and his presence during the build to WrestleMania 40 made WrestleMania 40 so much better. So I agree with you. It's a real double-edged sword, because I think his presence is welcome, because you know you're going to get something big and significant when he's around, or you hope you will. And you know that the story is really going to be... I think The Rock is better at, like, the OMG moments. I think Triple H is a slow burn kind of a guy, where he likes to take his time, and he likes to build stories, and he likes things to, like, you know, marinate, and, you know, he'll give you a payoff, but he's going to make you wait for it so it'll be more satisfying. And I agree with that approach, but The Rock comes in and is like, oh my God, let's turn every babyface heel and all the heels babyface. Then Triple H is like, what? And he's like, yeah, it'll be a laugh, won't it? Let's do it. Ah. And so I part of me is like, I kind of like that as well. I kind of like the carnage. I kind of like the that approach of, like, coming in and dropping an OMG moment and then going away again, you know. But it must be a nightmare for Triple H, I do agree. But 2 years in a row now, I think The Rock's provided the most interesting moment.
Kels B. They need to get control of The Rock and his over-involvement in creative before he destroys it all.
Sonny said, can you read my chat? My super chat was blocked. Sonny, let's have a look. Here. Let me go into it. I'll get it read. See what Sonny's saying.
Sonny Horizons. Out of the box question. what do you think WrestleMania 100 will look like in terms of celebrating the 100-year anniversary? Will there be a big hype package acknowledging 100 years of Mania?
Sonny, shout out to you, my friends. Your old one was blocked by the looks of it. I don't have any other super chat that's come through from yourself, so I don't know what's happened there. But in answer to your question, WrestleMania 100, yeah, there'll be a hype package, of course. Looking back on 100 years, I mean, they do that for all the anniversary shows. So there would definitely be a hype package. They would definitely have legends there. I mean, I think you would probably just look at how they've done the other anniversary shows. I mean, obviously, we're talking nearly 60 years into the future. I think WWE will still be around at that point. Wrestling has been around since, flipping goes all the way back to cave drawings. It's one of the oldest kind of sports ever. Two people grappling away and wrestling away and fighting away. Like, that's just part. I feel like it's just part of mankind. Obviously, a bit different to actually put it in a ring and have people pay to watch it and actually make it, a form of entertainment. But it's hard to kind of envisage that it's ever gonna just go away. It's hard to envisage that it will just ever not exist. I've got to think that it will continue. In what form, I don't know. But in the next 60 years, I don't see WWE going away. If we were to talk about in the next 1,000 years, who knows? Who knows? Who knows if WWE will still be around in 1,000 years' time? Next 60 years, I feel pretty confident they will be. I don't know what it looks like, though. I don't know if they'll be bigger. I don't know if it will have gone down to a tiny little regional type promotion. Who knows? The world could move on. People could, give up on WWE and on wrestling, and I think it would still exist, but I really don't know in what form. It would be nice to think that it just keeps growing and growing and growing, getting bigger and bigger and bigger. But I would think there would be still a WWE. I'd think there'd still be a WrestleMania. And I think it would just be pretty much as we get now. I can't see there being a drastic difference. I mean, I don't know what technology will be like in regards to arenas. I mean, will there be more sphere-type venues? But something on a stadium scale? Could you imagine a stadium with a sphere-type roof? Who knows what kind of buildings are going to get created and what kind of venues we'll be at in 60 years' time as technology continues to improve. 60 years is a long time. I mean, if you take 60 years off where we are now, we're going back to 1965. 1965? I mean, it's a long time ago. Think about where WWE was in 1965. It had only been around a couple of years. Before that, it had been Capital Wrestling, and it had been part of the NWA. So, I mean, it was a territory. It was a regional promotion. It was Northeast. Did shows in Madison Square Garden and Boston and Philadelphia, and they would run those areas, those local areas. Bruno was the champion, and he would have been a couple of years into his first run, which was 7 years. And I mean, you didn't have much in the way of women's wrestling, just the odd occasional thing. And I mean, it was very different to where we are now. Very, very different. So 60 years is considerable. So yeah, that would make it difficult to know what the venue would be like. I'm guessing a stadium, but as I said, who knows? Maybe one day in the near future, there'll be a stadium with a sphere type roof to it, or a sphere that's stadium sized. Imagine that. Which would be sick. And incredibly expensive. But yeah, the video packages, legends, whatever legends are still with us. I'm trying to think, I don't think I'll be here. I don't think I will see WrestleMania 100. I don't know that I'll be here. And a good chunk of us in the chat might not be here either, unfortunately. So I hope people enjoy it. But I wonder what my last WrestleMania will be. Bit morbid, isn't it? I wonder what the last WrestleMania is that I'll ever see. Imagine if there was a way of finding that out and then the answer comes back as 41. You'd be gutted, wouldn't you? Oh, here we go. 41! What? Oh, it comes back 40? 40 is the last WrestleMania that you'll ever see. And you'll be like, what? 41's only in like 3 weeks. What do you mean 40? Yeah, let's not do that. Let's not do that. That could be deeply upsetting. So Sonny, shout out to you. Manny said, don't say that, Days. Don't say that. I know. Don't want to think about these things, do we? But there will one day be a final WrestleMania that we all see.
Lisa Brown, new member. Days, hello, I'm with you guys until SmackDown starts. Then I'm going to duck out to avoid spoilers. I'll be catching SmackDown tonight in America.
Lisa, shout out to you. Yeah, I will be back. We are doing the 2 streams. So it's going to be a bit bonkers, actually, because I'm pretty sure as soon as this stops, I stop this stream and then go straight into the next one. I don't even think there's a break tonight because I think this show's a little bit later, although I didn't know that, so I still started hours earlier. So we actually are coming up to nearly 2 hours. Well, we've done 1 hour 46. So that's all right. I don't mind. I actually don't have a stream tomorrow because there is no kind of major show. There is UFC, but I always find with the fight nights that there's not like loads of people that tend to join us for the fight nights. The interest on it is like quite low, so it's probably better the closer we're getting to WrestleMania that I sort of try and rest my voice a little bit. I'm really, it's getting better actually, but go back a couple of weeks and I was finding that even by the end of a Raw stream, my voice was like really shot. It was done. And it was meaning that when I was getting to the unseen videos, I was kind of struggling my way through them. Like, that ain't great as we're 3 weeks out from WrestleMania. I mean, think of all the stuff that we're doing WrestleMania. We'll be here for, like, SmackDown. We'll be here for the Hall of Fame. We'll be here for Stand and Deliver. I want to do the Slammies. I want to do both nights of WrestleMania. Obviously, Raw, NXT. There's going to need to be unseens. Like, I'm going to need my voice. So I think it makes sense just to, give it that little bit of a rest. So we're doing quite a bit of streaming today. There'll be an unseen after, and then there'll be an unseen tomorrow. But to be honest with you, I'm going to use tomorrow to start making the WrestleMania thumbnails. I might even set up the WrestleMania streams. The WrestleMania layout for here, I might as well just use that time. Like, I've learned my lesson ages ago that you can't leave stuff for that final week. Normally, I would do that in the week of. But when it comes to WrestleMania, you can't. You just can't. You can't leave it the week of. So I'm going to use this weekend, a few weeks out, to get stuff ready and get stuff sorted. So that's my plan. I want to make sure that I'm really using my time wisely. So, we will be back later, Lisa, with our second stream for when it goes live on USA Network. Frank said Western culture peaked in the 60s. I do feel sorry for kids these days, to be honest. Kids these days, of just... I don't envy them. I don't look at what kids have got these days and think, oh my God, I wish I was growing up now. I look at, like, I imagine going to school with social media and it horrifies me. I am so grateful I went to school before social media and before phones. When I went to school, no one had a mobile phone. No kids. I don't remember a single kid in my year having a mobile phone, which would just be completely alien to people. Like, you say that to kids now, they just wouldn't even be able to understand that not a single kid in the year had a mobile. I genuinely do not remember seeing any kid with a mobile phone when I was at school. So I'm so grateful that I just wasn't around for that. I'm so grateful. I mean, like, you know what it's like when you're a kid. Like, you can be getting bullied, picked on. You can be having a bad day. I mean, think of all the stuff that's happened to you when you was at school. There are definitely moments where you're not going to want people filming and taking pictures of stuff, you know? You're having a bad day, like, you're not going to want that. And, like, everyone's got a flipping camera phone now, and, like, oh, my God, awful. I'd hate it. Flipping hate it. I feel sorry for kids these days. Kim's Train, shout out to you.
Kim's Trains, a.k.a. Nick Butcher. WrestleMania 100 will be live from Mars with a live video feed of a Triple H promo from 2030, and they will finally induct Bam Bam Bigelow in the HOF.
Yeah, Bam Bam. I heard, actually, that's when the Wyatt 6 are going to return. So that'll be exciting. That's something to look forward to at WrestleMania 100.
Adam Cox. Mania 100 will be live from Mars, and we will all be there in our virtual selves after we traveled there on our private space cars. But it will still be Roman in the main event hop.
I will. It'll still be Roman in the main event. Very good. Jojo.
We built forts outside.
We did. Building forts, and I used to play soccer, football. I was lucky when I grew up in a little town called Stourbridge, and whenever I'd get back home, my friend just lived over the road, and we lived really close to a park. So what I used to do is I would go back home after school, get changed, quickly have something to eat, and then over the road with a football and knock on his door, and we would go down the park. My brother would sometimes join us. His brother would sometimes join us. There was a couple of other people that used to kind of mill around the park as well. Most nights there'd be about 5 or 6 of us down the park every night. We'd put our jumpers down and someone would go in goal, and then we'd probably play Wembley. And for those that don't know what Wembley is, it's basically you put 2 jumpers down, and then you have someone go in the goal, trying to stop the ball from going in the goal, right? And basically everyone's trying to score. Everyone's trying to tackle each other. They're all trying to score. If you score, you go through to the next rounds. And so you basically, the last one to score is eliminated. And then you do the next rounds. And everyone's trying to tackle each other, and they're all trying to score. And there's only one goal. And everyone's trying to, like, tackle each other. And you get down to one person that hasn't scored, they get eliminated. And it's like an elimination thing until you get down to 2 people. And they're both, like, you know, the goalkeeper will kick the ball out. The 2 then go chasing after it. They're tackling each other, trying to score, keepers stopping stuff. Yeah, honestly, that was my childhood. Flipping loved it. That game goes by different names. I've always known it as Wembley. It's always been known to me as Wembley, but a lot of people call it other names. But yeah, that was my childhood. Lots of playing football down the park, running around and being outside. And I mean, there would be days where, like, you know, of a weekend where I'd be inside and I'd be playing Mega Drive, Genesis, probably the Royal Rumble game, something like that. And then, like, I might go a car boot and I might watch VHS wrestling video tape. I might do that on a weekend as well. Go around my grandparents, do that as well. And, you know, it'd be stuff like that, really. There wasn't loads for me of, like, going to cinemas and, I don't know, like, hanging out at the mall. That wasn't really my upbringing. That wasn't really what I experienced. It's kind of fun for me to watch videos and see people doing that. And it makes me think, like, oh, man, that could have been my life if I lived in a different place. But we were kind of in a town in the countryside, and so there was a lot of just playing football, really. Lost in the Woods said, same here, Days. I'm too old for social media at school. Yeah, honestly, I think we lived at the best time. I really do. I think, like, we lived at a point where the internet was coming in and phones were coming in, but we got them at the right time. And I don't know if you've seen that adolescence program. There's a program on Netflix called Adolescence. People are going crazy about it. And I thought it was good. I didn't rave about it as much as others, but I just had it on in the background the other day. And it really does fit our conversation right now, because it's all about a kid that kills another kid. And they look into kind of how this boy was a great boy. The parents can't understand it. And all of a sudden you start to find out that, like, you know, he's been influenced by what he sees on social media. You know, access to porn is, you know, everyone's sim porn. There's a scene where he's like, everyone's sim porn. And like, he talks about how there was a girl in his year and how there was topless pictures of her going around. And it's like, the world we live in, man. You know, talking about like Andrew Tate stuff and images of being spread around school of kids and how all the kids have seen porn because it's so easy to see it. And it's a bit of it's a drama. Obviously, it's got a bit of a statement to it. It's basically saying we're failing our kids. It's basically saying we need to do better. It's basically saying there should be much tighter controls on a lot of this stuff than what there is. It's very thought-provoking, very thoughtful. It's an excellent show, but I heard everyone raving about it should win all the awards and all this stuff. And when I watched it, I thought it was good, but I wasn't like madly in love with it. I think people are crazy about it because of the messaging. I think people are crazy about it because of the statement that it's making, which is we're letting the kids down. But that's not really the conversation we need to engage in. But just know I'm actually quite deep and quite thoughtful. Yeah, there's a lot more that goes on than just wrestling. Yeah. Glad I watched all WWE content. We'll move over to Netflix. Cable TV is dead, said Johnny. Dot Knight said, I used to get stitches after tea playing football straight away. I can hear my mom shouting, don't run for half an hour. Really? My mom used to come down to the park and call me and my brother in for dinner. So when it was thinking about it, I bet she used to hate that. I've never spoke to her about that. I'll have to ask her about that. But imagine that. I mean, it wasn't far. It was over the road. You only had to go over the road down an alleyway, and then we used to play not too far away. But it's still probably 4 or 5 minutes that you've got to leave the house, go over the road, go down the alleyway to call your kids and tell them it's dinner time. And she used to have to do that on a regular basis because we weren't ever coming back home. We were just playing. That was it. We were playing Wembley. Yeah, there was a lot at stake. Needed to know who was going through, who was going to get eliminated. So we weren't like looking at watches and stuff like that. But I didn't even have a watch. I don't know why I didn't have a watch. I could have had a watch. Why didn't I ever have a watch? Could have had a flipping watch and she could have said, right, be home by 8 o'clock. I never had a watch. I got a lot that I need to speak to this woman about because I think actually on reflection, it was bad parenting. That's what I'm starting to think. Vic, shout out to you. Let's see what Vic's got to say. It's cool to find out bits about people's upbringings and everything. I always love talking about we should do that more on the web, really, not here, but more on the Wrestling Escape Pod. I've got a bit of a fascination with like what it was like growing up in America and Canada, because obviously, like, you see the films and you see the TV shows, so it's interesting to me to know how close to reality that is. I've asked Tommy a few times, like, did you meet up down the mall like in the films? He's like, yeah, it was like that actually. Do you know the program Adolescence? We are going to move on, but the program Adolescence, I think if you want to know what it's like in England and in the UK, if you watch that program, it's bang on. Like, they go into someone's home and it's, that's what our houses are like over here. That's what life is like over here. And they go into the school and it's, that's what schools are like over here. And they're all wearing their school uniforms. They also go into the jail, into a young offenders institute. I have no idea. I don't know what they're like. So I can only presume that's accurate. But then the last episode is the family of the boy that was the murderer, and they just follow that family as they have a bad day. And, they go to the hardware store and, all of that's like, yeah, that's kind of what it's like. It's a very good snapshot of what life in Britain can be like, or what life in England can be like. It's a good show. Recommend it. Vic.
I got invited to the sexy parties after school.
Oh,
I was one of the girls, lol. They always wanted to talk about boys.
I was one of the girls. They always wanted to talk about boys. Oh, really? Was it like Mean Girls? I mean, I've never seen Mean Girls, but I've seen some like trailer and clips, and I know what it's about. I suppose it was along those lines. Do you know, I'm so grateful that we have school uniforms here. I would hate to have gone to school in America where you don't have school uniforms. School uniforms, you would be, I don't want to wear that kind of a thing in the UK. But the thing is that everyone has to wear the same thing. There's no fashion or anything. I mean, there's certain ways you would wear your tie, and tuck your shirt in or have it hanging out, and teachers would be like, tuck your shirt in or straighten your tie, stuff like that. And you'd be like, you wouldn't really do it. You'd give it a token gesture or something, So there's little things that people would do, and the kind of shoes that you wore, and the kind of accessories that you had. What bag did you have? What was your pencil case, and all that kind of nonsense. But there was no kind of, flipping, such and such has turned up with a Gucci jumper or anything like this. I suppose your coat was kind of something that you could, have a bit of influence over. But, I'm so grateful I didn't have all that drama of, having to worry about, wearing, nice, keeping up with the trends and all of that at school. I think it's so much better having a uniform and everyone just wears the same thing. Takes a lot of drama out of school, I think. I do see that in, these kind of TV shows where they have American high schools. I think the school uniform thing's a good way forward. Right. My son Days Jr. Let's see what my son Days Jr. is saying.
My son Days Jr. Me and all the kids in the neighborhood used to play kill the man with the ball. Some of the best times of my life playing this game, especially as it was raining and muddy.
I don't know that game. Is that because there was a game that was called Curb, which I think they played a lot in Liverpool and Manchester, where there wasn't really so many parks, so they would play in the street with houses, and that's where you had to throw the ball and hit the curb in front of someone. And I never played that game, but I've seen it on TV shows and I heard about it. But we had a park, so I used to play down the park. But I don't know kill the man with the ball. I don't know that game. Is that just boot ball at strangers? Is that it? I never played that. Drift Lewis, shout out to you, said, how is Mama Day? She's all right, buds. She's all right. She is not really doing a great deal, to be honest. Living her best life. Not having to call me anymore down the park. So I should imagine she's grateful for that.
Jamie M. Stewart. I don't know if you remember when the milkman used to deliver them milk bottles in them carriers and leave it at your doorstep. It was that I threw he was laid there for a while. Hope he's oak, LOL.
So what, you threw a carrier? I don't know if you remember when the milkman used to deliver milk bottles, yes. Milkman, we had the milkman. In the carrier, yeah, leave it at the doorstep. What, you threw that at... Did you throw that at him? You threw that at your milkman? Did you? We never had enough milk where they would leave the carrier, but it is really weird. I mean, God, it does feel old. That does make me feel old. I mean, you don't see milkmen anymore. I mean, I'm sure they're around, but you just don't see milkmen anymore. Do we even have milkmen anymore? used to get, and I don't even know if it was like once a week or something like that, the milkman would like drop off a pint of milk to our house. And I don't even think that would get us very far. Pint of milk from the milkman ain't going to get you very far in a week, is it? It's going to be enough for a bit in your... I mean, we had it for... My mom would have it in a tea. And so she had it for that. But, oh God, the whole idea of a milkman is just mental now. That is mental. I've not thought about a milkman in about 20 years. But yeah, we used to have one that used to go up our street like once a week in a milk float. And I remember seeing the milkman delivering like chocolate milk to other houses. And I was like, what? I was, what? They do chocolate milk and we're not having it. Like, yeah, I remember seeing that.
Johnny Autism Wrestling. Days, I'm Live America, but I want to know that SmackDown starts in the next hour because I have a way to watch it not America time because it's hard not to tell what time it starts.
Yeah, no, it starts in 50 minutes. We started a bit extra early today because I went on a website and it said it was starting at 7. I probably could have just gone to Netflix thinking about it. It probably would have been set up yesterday, but and it probably would have told me the time. But instead, I didn't have Netflix set up. I just went to a website and it told me it was starting at 7. So in my mind, I was like, do you know what? We're not doing a stream on Saturday, so I'll do the 2 hours before on the first stream. I was like, I'll do the 2 hours before. And then I think it was James Chadwick got in touch and he was like, you do realise it's starting at 8 UK time, so you're actually starting 3 hours before. But he only saw that message about 20 minutes before we went live. So I was like, oh, God damn. I could have been in bed an extra hour. But the truth was I was already up. So I was up. So there was no point me not just delaying it for the sake of it. So I was kind of like, let's go live. Let's dig into what people want to talk about. And, we'll get our teeth into things. So we've kind of had some very different conversations, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. I'm happy to kind of talk about whatever, really. As I said, I am interested in like talking about upbringings and stuff like that at times, because in my mind, I always think if I was a kid today watching wrestling today, it would be interesting. And certainly if I was in America or Canada, it would be interesting to me to know what was it like being a WWE fan in a different country, in a different time, in a different era. Like, I think that's interesting. And so I probably should just put it in a video and just let people know. I mean, it's a lot of people in the chat are from the UK, and so they will have had the same experiences. But, we are talking to people in countries all around the world right now. So in my mind, I think it's quite interesting to kind of dig into that and for everyone to share their experiences so that everyone knows what it was like, as you were growing up. What was it like at school? What was it like being a wrestling fan where in your country? How easy and accessible was the show? How often could you watch it? Where was you getting the pay-per-views from? Was it DVDs? Was it videos? Did you get them on a regular basis? Was you getting pirate ones? Blah, 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 blah. Like, how much merch was available, And certainly, I think for me, I can provide a bit extra in the sense of I grew up before the internet. I grew up before mobile phones. I grew up before all of that stuff, like many others in the chat. And I think that adds an extra layer of interest because it was a different world. I mean, it really was. It was a different world. It was so different to kind of what it must be like growing up as a wrestling fan now. In fact, it's so different to growing up now, to be honest with you. So, yeah, I don't mind digging into that from time to time. It probably sits a bit better on the Wrestling Escape Pod, but, we do that every Thursday, and it's Friday, so we're a long way from the next episode.
Clone one. I used to deliver my own milk to the ladies.
Oh, yeah. Did you? Hey, I've heard that about you. Miss Clown, we looked at your picture earlier, but we looked at your picture where you met Piper, and very good. Very, very good. I've put it into the community folder. JP Ville said, hot take, Jack Swagger going over Cody at WrestleMania. What do you mean? In regards to Cena winning? I think is Cena still the favorite? I can't go on to, what's it called? Bet Online, is it? There's an American company that tend to do a lot of odds for wrestling, but I can't go onto it because I'm not in America. I'd have to put a VPN on and all of that to go onto it. And I don't think there's too many places that do wrestling bets in the UK. So it's hard for me to check the latest odds. But as of a few weeks ago, I think Cody was the underdog. And I think Cena was still the favourite. But not by loads. Sonny, shout out to you, my friends. Right, let's get a few more thoughts. How long have we got? Okay, we got 45 minutes. I want to see if I can get a real chunk. I'm thinking like 30 comments that we get read out. Let's go.
Jorge Rubio. Smackdown will start when the cow jumps over the moon and the dish runs away with the spoon.
Do you remember that nursery rhyme from back in the day? Do you know, that reminds me of a kids show called Button Moon, which I used to love as a kid. And that had, I think that was tied in with that nursery rhyme. I saw you could get the full box set of Button Moon. The problem is with those kind of shows is you watch them as a kid, so obviously you've got nostalgia for them. And you've got nostalgia for like the theme song and the characters. But the show itself is a kid show, like that is, do you know what I mean? Like really, you're not going to want to watch it as an adult. So I saw that Button Moon, which is a show I would have watched when I was like 2 or something like this, 3, right? I saw there was a box set of that and I was like, no way, man, I should get that. And then immediately I was like, no, I shouldn't. No, why should I get that? I mean, I can just watch the theme song on flipping YouTube if I ever feel the desire, but I don't need the box set. This is why I got the box set for Saved by the Bell, and I think that's okay. But I don't need to be getting box sets of, you know. It's kind of like if you grew up watching Sesame Street, could you get, like, a box set of Sesame Street with, like, you know, the year that you was watching? I mean, yeah, you're nostalgic for it, and yeah, you like the characters, but are you really going to be able to watch it and enjoy it as an adult when it's, like, you know, flipping, learning the 1, 2, 3s and the ABCs? Probably not. Probably not. So, yeah, it's funny, isn't it? How, like, we got nostalgia for those things, but you can't really go back to them.
Frank 91210. Kids can't put they thumb up they ass without using they phone.
Yeah, it's a real problem. It's a real problem. I think it's, you know, and people have said this, I think it's affecting kids and it's affecting society in ways we still don't fully understand. You know, the people are a lot more scared now and a lot more anxious now. Anxiety has increased or seemingly increased. And we know how, like, kids today don't want to answer the phone or, you know, anything like that. Like, there is clearly psychological effects, and I don't think we fully know what they all are.
Thesic Horror Kingman. Soraya has confirmed she would return to the page name in a heartbeat. Should she return to WWE? Why do these people badmouth? We only to then try to go back, I want.
She badmouthed WWE because I think she was hurt, and I think also she was asked to. I mean, she said, I finally got a boss that will listen to me, was a line that was told to her to say. It's not a line that I think she came up with herself, or at least that's her claim, right? But I think she's made other comments as well, away from AEW, that have took a little swipe at WWE. But to be honest with you, I think she, you know, she was probably hurt. I mean, when you're in a machine like WWE, when you're in a company like WWE, and we've heard this time and time and time again, and this, what I'm about to say is not going to surprise you, right? When you're in that machine, it is arm round the shoulder. It is, we're in this together. I'm going to, let's move forward. Let's work this out. Let's put in our best work. I've got your back, blah, blah, blah. It's pally, friendly. We're a team. Everything's great. And then at some point, there's going to be budget cuts, or there's going to need to be a decision where we're going to need to let people go, or we need to cut back on talent, or it's just not working out, whatever it might be. And there's always cuts. Yeah, there will always be cuts. We saw Sonya Deville. We parted ways with Sonya Deville. We parted ways with Tegan Nox recently, right? We parted ways with Baron Corbin. We've parted ways with Dijak. We've parted ways with loads of people since the pandemic, during the pandemic, before the pandemic, and after this point as well. And the thing is that I think when you are kind of feeling that warmth of acceptance and that kind of warmth of, we appreciate you, we're in this together, we're a team, and then all of a sudden it's, oh, sorry, you're out. And I think the I'm sorry you're out is quite cold. What a lot of people have said is it's a phone call, we're not renewing your contract, or due to budget cuts, we're parting ways. And that's it. Sonya Deville actually said, she even turned to her partner after the phone call and went, I'm meant to be going in on Friday. Do I still go in? Do I still work there till the end of my contract, or do I not? And her partner was like, I don't think you do. I don't think you work there anymore. And it's just, your life has changed. And it's funny, isn't it? That kind of like, do I go? She was still under contract for a little bit, right? They said, we're not going to renew your contracts. But her contract was coming up in a week or two or something. And so she was confused because they hadn't actually clarified, do I still go to work? I'm still under contract, or do I not? And it's funny, isn't it, to think like she was left with that it was that cold. It wasn't a sit down meeting of thank you for everything. And have you got any questions? And do you know what I mean? And like all this kind of stuff. It was literally a phone call. You're done. And that's it. Thanks for everything. Bye. So I think when these people go, there's probably that shock probably shows itself with anger. It's the 7 stages of grief type stuff, So I wouldn't hold too much against people. I mean, I understand it puts noses out of joint, and like people have said stuff that's put my nose out of joint as well. Like people that have left have said things that's made me go, don't like that. Don't like that. But actually, a lot of it is going to come from the fact they're upset, they're hurt, they're angry, and, time heals those wounds. Look at CM Punk. So I think in regards to Saraya, I wouldn't hold anything she said really against her. I don't think she's ever said anything that bad. I wouldn't hold that against her. Can we find something for her? Yeah, we probably could. I think GM, she was excellent. I did not like her as a manager in AEW. I didn't like her as a promo mouthpiece. Putting her in a suit, making her an authority figure, I don't mind. I think she could do a great job as NXT GM. I think get Ava out of that role, which Ava's been good. But Ava, I'm sure there's other stuff we can do with Ava. Put Paige in that position. Paige as NXT GM. Come on, that would be sick. So I would definitely go that direction with her. I think her in-ring time is done. I think her in-ring career is come to an end. So I don't expect to see her as a wrestler and Paige return. She might be able to do the odd match, but I think because of her injuries and everything, even AEW didn't use her in the ring that much. So I think that's... I think we've got to find an alternative way of using her. Maybe just putting her on a kickoff panel. Kind of give her the Big E treatment. Something like that, maybe. Trade Equip.
Trade Equip. 40 minutes to the show, no matters where you are in the world.
40 minutes till the show, no matter where you are. Metal Mama, hello, my friends. Shout out
Metal
to you.
Mama 1987. You can get the book on Audible for a free trial if that's her way of enjoying books. Soraya's book.
Yeah, Soraya's got a new book out, hasn't she? And seems like people have been enjoying that, so it's good. I've not read it myself. I've not. I think audio books are the way forward, really, for me. Sitting down and trying to read a book is nigh on impossible, but actually just having it play in the background I can manage that.
S. Gennaro. Ava's not good by any means, sad to say. Rock should have prepped her better.
I think it's difficult because he's obviously very busy, and I think that she's gone to NXT to learn. He's got her in the door. I mean, without The Rock, I don't think she would have even got in NXT. I mean, tryouts are hard. You know, you're going up against like gymnasts. You're going up against big powerhouse girls. You're going up against girls that have got loads of reps and loads of experience on the indie circuit. I don't, Ava's not massively bringing any of that. I don't see her as a powerhouse. She's not got like that indie background. She is just there to learn. So hard. I mean, she is literally a girl off the street. Not literally, but like she is basically that. Someone that's, you know, if you was to just go, would you like to be a wrestler? Come in. And then like we just try and take someone from nothing to making them a star. And honestly, I don't know where we are in that journey. I don't know if we've not given up. I mean, she never has matches. I never see her competing. I mean, it would be great if she had a match on Evolve. Imagine if Ava had a match on Evolve. That would do great numbers. She has had matches in NXT, only a couple. But, yeah, I mean, they were never anything spectacular. But they were very, 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 very basic. It was very, you know, you could tell this girl is putting it together, learning how to do this. And listen, everyone's got to learn somewhere. But we know that she's not bringing any kind of experience. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happened there. I don't know if she wanted to do something else and that didn't work. And so she's kind of changed now. Or I don't know. I don't know what her journey has been like. But she's The Rock's daughter. That's always going to make money. That's always going to get attention. And I wish her all the best. I like her. I think she's a nice person. I wish her all the best. I think that as a GM, she's all right. I don't hate her. I think she's okay in that role. She could continue to do that role, but it's hard to see how we're going to make her turn her into a wrestler. I don't know if she's still doing wrestling training or not. I haven't actually heard anything on that.
Kelly the Wise Lady. Well, at least you're in good spirits, RN. All you can do is right now.
Kelly, shout out to you. I hope you are, my friends. The Wrestling Gods.
The Wrestling God. Wrestling Days. I'm really hoping that this isn't another episode of Friday Night Booty Juice.
Yeah, none of us want Friday Night Booty Juice, but, well, I say that. Some of us might. Not me.
James Chadwick. Need more women in leading roles.
Yeah. I'm trying to think. There's not many lead-in roles, is there really? You've got the GMs, and I'm just trying to think if there's any other kind of positions of power. We got 3 GMs. One of them's a woman, Ava. Wow, 4 GMs now. 2 of them are women, because Evolve got a GM, didn't they, the other day? Then I feel like with the women's stuff, like there's work that needs to be done there. I think it's brilliant news about Evolution. I think that's brilliant. I would really be down for an all-women show as well. I think that they've got enough women whereby they could do an all-women show. I mean, if you think, I don't know how much it costs them to produce a show like Evolve. I don't know if it's so negligible that it just doesn't matter. Do you know what I mean? Whatever the cost is to just pay for a couple of cameramen and pay for a couple of producers to get it to stream on Tubi and get it to stream on YouTube, you know, does the money from Tubi, does the money from YouTube, does it cover the cost? I really don't know. the financials would be very interesting to find out. If the costs were covered or the loss was negligible, I can't see why you couldn't just introduce another hour of an all-women's promotion and just at least give, like, you know, even if it was just emerging women, the opportunity to kind of get onto TV regular so that we can... Because there's clearly work that needs to be done with getting more women involved and getting more women characters coming through. And if you, like, you know, could add to what is already an incredible women's division in NXT with some more... And they're trying to do that with Evolve. But, you know, I do feel like the women's side of it needs a bit of extra help. And so, you know, if you add an all-women's hour, that could be kind of interesting. But again, it wouldn't really matter so much about the ratings if you could cover the cost. Just put it on YouTube. Put it on YouTube, a YouTube exclusive, and just film it straight after Evolve. So you've already paying for the ring is already set up. Everyone's already being paid. So you already film. I mean, I think with Evolve though, they film obviously several episodes in a row. So they do it in a chunk, don't they, to cut down on cost. So I don't know if you could then do a chunk of women's stuff as well. You'd probably have to pay for another day of produce, but you're paying them anyway, aren't you? Aren't you paying them anyway? Aren't they on a salary? I don't know. Don't know how it would work. There must be a way with the size of WWE to be able to create a YouTube exclusive show, a wrestling show that runs for an hour. And even if it doesn't cover the costs, what are the costs? You've already got the women on the books. You're not hiring any extra people. And if you're already paying for the cameramen, I don't know how they get paid. If it's a yearly salary, well, then you don't pay any extra, do you? You don't pay any extra. And it don't cost you nothing to upload a show to YouTube, right? Apart from Wi-Fi, right? That you already pay for, or broadband or whatever. So, I don't know. I kind of feel like there's things that you could do. You wouldn't do that for high-level names. You'd probably just do that for emerging talent, but it's very good to see they're doing something. It's very good to see the Evolution show coming back, but I still feel like there could be more in the future. Who knows? We might grow to it. I still want to see NXT Europe. I still want to see NXT Mexico. I still want to see NXT Japan. I still want to see all those shows. Maybe we can continue growing. And maybe part of that growth could be an all-women's show that just lives on YouTube, which eventually could be sold, just like how Evolve could eventually be sold. Well, Evolve's already on Tubi. I don't know how much they get from Tubi, but I'm sure they get something. So in a way, it already is being sold. Interesting. Lee?
Leanne Pruitt. I think the Wyatts will be back in 1 week. That's when they come back, I think.
Could be in a week's time. Yep. Could be buds. Kim's Trains.
Kim's Trains, a.k.a. Nick Butcher. WWE could take inspiration from TNA and have a leader of the women's division, like Karen Jarrett did with the Knockouts. Maybe use Sonya or Natalya in the role.
That could be good. I've not seen that in TNA. So, like a women's ambassador of the division, leader of the division, someone that works with the GM. That's, I suppose, in a way, you kind of had a little bit of when we had Sonya and we had Nick Aldis, or Sonya and Adam Pearce, wasn't it? Those two were working together. So I don't hate that, you know. I don't hate a GM for the men and a GM for the women. I don't hate that. So when it comes to the women's stuff, you have the women's GM dealing with that. And when it comes to men, and then that way you've got... But then, you know, if you're WWE, are you just paying double for the sake of paying double? Do you know? Are you having two GMs and paying for two GMs when you only need to pay for one? Because WWE cut talent, don't they? They cut talent. They are obviously trying to keep their budget manageable. So, you know, do they want to start flying another GM around and covering flights and hotels and, paying for when they don't need to. Don't know, tricky that. Tricky. I can sort of see the pros and the cons. Afzal, shout out to you. Where are we time-wise? We've got 27 minutes.
Afzal Hussein Morali. What do you think we should expect from Roman and CM Punk? To be honest, I don't know after this. I think this will be good in his SmackDown in London. That's where I am currently.
Hope you enjoyed the show, buds. What do I think? What am I expecting? I think we're going to get, obviously, the contract signing. I think CM Punk's going to be looking for something in that contract. I think he's going to be looking for either it to be the main event or he's looking for the winner to get some sort of title opportunity. So I'm expecting it to be something along those lines. I can't imagine what else would be in there that he would want, because he's only ever wanted to main event WrestleMania, and I'm sure he wants to be champion as well. So it wouldn't shock me if he was looking for those things. But yeah, I don't envisage it being anything too swervy. I don't envisage it being anything too shocking. I'm thinking it's just going to be one of those two kind of things. I think there'll be a lot of shouting. There'll be a lot of brawling. There'll be a lot of noise. But I don't know that there's going to be much in the way of shocks. I don't know that I'm envisaging something seismic that changes the game. I'm thinking he's going to want it to be the main event WrestleMania or the winner gets a title opportunity. And I think his relationship with Heyman will be teased. I think there'll be another brawl. I'm just not anticipating any major swerve for this segment. But let's find out. It's Bryn again. Shout out to you. Said I'm excited for the contract sign-in for an already announced match. It is funny. It is funny that they've put the horse before the cart a little bit on this one. But yeah, I think we can sort of, considering the fact this build has been a bit flat, considering we haven't seen Alexa and the Wyatts, considering we've had the same Cena promo 2 weeks in a row and they've not brawled, and we haven't found out about The Rock and what his relationship is with The Rock, and there's frustration with other builds. Like, I think I can forgive the fact they've already announced a match that has yet to have the contract signed. We're getting that done tonight.
Days I've been struggling with my depression today, but hanging out with you and my community are helping lift me out of this dark pit I'm in today.
Let's go.
Thanks, everyone, for being so awesome.
Lisa, shout out to you. Shout out to you, buds. Jamie
M. Stewart. Sorry, I need you to see this message. I said, me and my brother wrestled in the previous message, but ran out of room, so carried it on. I threw it at my brother, not the milkman, to clarify. Oh, right, got you. The thing that holds the milk bottles, you threw it at your brother. Got you, buds. Nick. Kim's Trains, a.k.a. Nick Butcher. Days, it was when Hogan, Bischoff, and Jarrett were in TNA. Karen Jarrett was a member of Evolution, and I think she took over from Brooke Hogan. I've never watched TNA, but so I don't know. I can see pros and cons to the idea of having a GM for the men and a GM for the women. I like it. I see value in it. I think that for those that want to see more representation for women, it makes a lot of sense. But equally, I can see from a cost point of view, you're kind of paying double when, there's one person doing that job right now, and it's not a hard job for Adam Pearce to do or for Nick Aldis to do, run the men's and the women's divisions. Like, all of a sudden now you've got two people doing those jobs, and I don't know. I see the pros and the cons to it. Jessica M. Not much happening with Damian Priest right now. I guess I keep missing when he's on TV.
Is he on the show tonight? I can't remember if he's been advertised. Damien is on SmackDown, but I don't think he's been advertised. But because he's in a high-profile match with Drew, I'm sure you're going to get him tonight.
Hazib Hassan. Days, what's your opinion on back in the day we'd see main event talent Taker, Shawn, Cena, Edge wrestling week in, week out? Now, the top stars just cut promos at Wrestle at PLE. You think that should? Chain.
No, actually, I mean, I've got a different mindset because when I grew up, they weren't on the TV every week. When I was growing up with Raw, Raw was an hour and there was no SmackDown. You had, I think, all American wrestling and superstars. And, you would basically get... What you would get is you would get a story that would play out over a few weeks. You would get build towards the next pay-per-view. So you'd get promos and you'd figure out number one contenders and you'd do all that kind of stuff. But the idea of every wrestler being on every show every week, I mean, you just did not have that. That was not a thing in the early 90s, mid-90s. The Raw was not long enough to deal with that. As we got into the 2-hour shows and more the Attitude Era, where it was hot shotting, really. It was a case of we were going up against Nitro and we needed views. And, we're losing the ratings war. And so if we're going to win this ratings war, we're going to have to put our big names on a regular basis. We need Stone Cold. We need Undertaker. And so you get them out there to get the ratings and to try and win the ratings war. And it worked. I mean, obviously WWE were able to turn the ship around and they were able to win that ratings war, and they were able to find a way of producing engaging content on a regular basis. But for me, I grew up where we didn't see the wrestlers all the time. So I think one of the big criticisms is that every week we have to watch 10 minutes of Jey Uso doing his entrance, and every week we have to watch the crowd singing Seth's song. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm all right with having a break from that. I'm all right with not having to do that every week, but I can't see them doing a week where you're not going to get that is part of them and their presentation. Like, I don't know that we would just start with Jey already in the ring and that we would cut that out. Like, if you're going to have Jey on the show, you're going to have him doing his entrance. If you're going to have Seth on the show, you're going to have him doing his entrance. And, you have to sit through those entrances, which as a regular viewer becomes quite frustrating, to be honest with you. Sitting and watching like Seth doing his, I just zone out now. Same with Jey doing his entrance, I just zone out. I mean, I talk to you guys, really. I'll talk to you. Or when it's Jay's entrance, I'll have a look and see if there's a kid in the crowd and if he's enjoying himself or herself and what kid Jay will pick and if a kid misses out. And, there's a few little bits. And I look to see how many people are doing the yeet in and how much engagement there is. Because I know that if there's big pockets of people not doing it, I know that's going to be a major talking point on social media. Like, oh, they're really starting to not do it now. Did you notice? Like, at the moment, it still feels like it's a good percentage of the crowd that do it. So the bottom line is, like, seeing every wrestler every week is not for me. And also, seeing every wrestler every week wrestle, that is not for me either. I'm actually the other way. I think that seeing people fleetingly or, like seeing Roman once in a while makes it special. I don't need to see everyone every week. I actually prefer where it's like, oh, this will be good. Like SmackDown this week is special because Roman's on the show. You don't get Roman every week. And it was the same with the Bloodline as well. Like, when we had the Bloodline around, we used to hear them talk about Roman, and they'd be like, we've got to win tonight. Roman's on the show next week, and he is not going to be happy if we don't get the victory tonight. And so you'd have those kind of conversations. And then, obviously, they'd win or they'd lose. And then, if they lost, they'd all be looking at each other. Michael Cole would be like, Bloodline have got a problem. The tribal chief returns next week. And we'd be all like, mate, next week's going to be unmissable. Next week's going to be unmissable. Tribal chief's here. Roman's going to be on the show. And you'd see there'd be a bit more excitement in the chat because it's a week we get Roman. And so for me, I look at that and I'm like, yeah, it should be more like that. Should be more like, we're excited this week. It's a Roman Reigns week. Or we're excited this week that, the champ's around. Cody Rhodes is on the show. I mean, actually, it's been exciting these past few weeks because they've been John Cena weeks. So John was on Raw and it was like, let's go. We're going to hear from Cena. And so, even though the segments haven't quite delivered, people will tune in on Monday because Cena's around and it's his last advertised appearance. After that, he's not on the show. Could you imagine if you had Cena every week? Could you imagine if you had Roman every week? You wouldn't have that. It's how do I word it? I really believe it's in your own benefit to not have everything you want all the time. And, that's easy to argue with. People will be like, no, I would love it if they were around all the time. And I can't really say anything back to that. I can't really prove anything, right? The only thing I can say is that if you really like ice cream and you eat loads of ice cream, you'll be sick, right? If you love chocolate and you just eat loads of chocolate, you won't love chocolate anymore, right? And when it comes to wrestling, like, we know that the big satisfying segments tend to be the segments with the big names like Roman, like Punk, like John Cena, like Cody Rhodes. There's a reason why these guys tend to start an hour or close a show. It's because they want you to tune in to the start of the next hour, or they want you to stick around right to the end of the show, right? This is why you put those people in those spots, because these are the moments people tune in for. And so if you just do those every week, it's going to be diminishing returns. It's just going to be diminishing returns. It's not going to feel special anymore. So I'm not for it. I'm against it. I think that it's better to use them fleetingly, not too fleetingly, but I'm just saying once every 3 weeks, something like that, just rotate them around a little bit. Have it so that and you want confrontation as well. I don't want it to just be, it's Roman this week, it's Cody next week. Like, if they're in a feud, you want them together. But no, I would not be booking a show where I'm putting everyone on the show every single week and having matches and doing all that kind of stuff. I mean, it worked in a short period of time during the Attitude Era. And I think, you're going to get certain stars every week anyway. But there, thankfully, is still a top end that is, I really like superstars that don't appear on every show. Like, for me, it's special. When Brock used to be on the show, that was special because you didn't get Brock all the time. When The Rock appears, it's special because you don't get The Rock all the time. When Roman appeared, it was special. You don't get Roman all the time. So for me, I think there very much is a place for these part-timers. I think there very much is a place for these people that have a reduced schedule. But it's got to be big names. There's no point giving a reduced schedule to, someone that we don't really care about. There's no point giving a reduced schedule to Damian Priest. Although even if you did, it might make him feel a bit more special if they kind of announced Damian Priest's going to be on the show and we haven't seen him in a good month or so. Then, that might actually add some intrigue to his segment and we might be a bit more like, let's go. Let's see what Damian's going to say. But no, it works. I think it works well to have that balance. That's how I'm going to end it. I think there is a balance. And I think it's good to have that balance where we get people on a regular basis, but then we get some of that top end a little bit more fleetingly. Deshaun said, Days current Mania betting odds have got Cena, Jay, Charlotte, Roman, and Randy winning. That's interesting. Have everyone got their snacks ready, says Connor. Well, I would hope so. Will we see the Wyatt 6 before or after WrestleMania? I think we will see them at WrestleMania, and I think there'll be teases of seeing them before, and maybe we'll see the odd person before. I don't know that we see the whole group before. Jack said, what time does the show start? 13 minutes. James said, that would be like seeing Taker week in, week out, early in the 90s, and that never happens. That's true. When Undertaker was on back in the day, it was special, yeah. I mean, you used to get like Stone Cold Rock and people like that every week, but there were even in the 90s, you wasn't getting every single person every single week. You know, due to people taking time off, due to injuries, due to like breaking creative, you know, you'd still get little gaps here and there. So it still wasn't the case that you was getting absolutely everybody every week. But yeah, I mean, certainly in the Attitude Era, it's drastically different than what we're looking in the kind of 80s and the 90s. I mean, you wouldn't get Hogan on TV all the time. That was special if you had Hogan on TV. Edward, shout out to you. Let's get Edward's thoughts. See what Edward's got to say.
Hey, Days, hope you're well. I'm still heartbroken as I would be Bud. I'm looking forward to watching We in the Stream to try keep my mind of it. I went to college today, did struggle, but had a good day.
Edward, shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, trying to get back to a sense of normality is obviously the right thing. It's going to take time, but trying to get back to a sense of normality is definitely the right thing to do. But having a routine is really important because if ever you like lose a loved one, and unfortunately I've been through that a few times, you are just all at sea. I mean, your head's all over the place. You can't think straight, and you're just all at sea. And really, one of the best things you can do is try and go to bed at the same time, try and get up at the same time, try and eat at the same times, and try and have like a bit of a routine where, you know, you can kind of just go through the day without having to think about certain things because your brain's scrambled enough as it is. So, yeah, it's not easy, man. Thoughts with you. Lisa?
Lisa Brown. Days, it's like when Damian Sandow was coming out each week as a different fellow wrestler. I with his character.
Yeah, that was a fun period. I really like Sandow. He was like a comedy wrestler, very much like, well, he wasn't all the time. But as he moved into the second part of his career or the later stages of his career with WWE, we'd obviously get like the Mizdow stuff, and they put him with Curtis Axel, and he was doing like Macho Man stuff, and yeah, there was some good bits that they had him doing. I enjoyed his work. He was kind of cut from that Santino kind of cloth. We haven't really got anyone like that now outside of R-Truth. There's not really a character like that now. I suppose you got Chelsea Green doing it now. Chelsea Green is the one that's probably playing that role in the current product. And she does it very, very well. She's excellent. Very entertaining.
Jessica M. I do think Tiffany Stratton is so talented, but needs work on her promos.
Yeah. That was quite eye-opening. Well, not eye-opening. I think she was always going to come off second best in that promo exchange with Charlotte. Charlotte was just, she always seemed to have a response. She never seemed to get, like, caught with anything that Tiffany was saying. If Tiffany said something, Charlotte was straight back with something. Charlotte just very much acted like she was in control. She wasn't frazzled. She wasn't rattled. Tiffany was the one that seemed a little bit more thrown off. But I didn't think it was a massacre. I didn't think that I didn't think it ruined Tiffany. I think that I even had some people telling me that Tiffany had won that promo exchange, which I don't agree with. And the general consensus from what I've seen is that Charlotte came out on top. But it's a really interesting conversation. It is one we've had already, but it's a really interesting conversation of people saying Charlotte should have not done that. But I disagree. I mean, I think that people have a go at Charlotte a lot, saying that she's no good, she doesn't deserve the spot she's in. I really don't mind. I kind of think it's borderline cool that Charlotte turned around and went, okay, I don't deserve this. And this is the girl that does. This is the girl that you're saying is my replacement. Let's see then. Let's see how she can do. And then it's funny because you've got the same people, well, a lot of people that are down on Charlotte saying she shouldn't have done that. She shouldn't have shown her up like that. It's like, you got to pick a lane, man. You got to pick a lane. You can't turn around and say she's not talented and she's no good at this and then turn around and go, why did she do Tiffany like that? So you got to pick a road. You can't have both. So for me, I've always thought Charlotte was talented. I think she is really good in ring. She's had some great matches with the likes of Rhea Ripley and the likes of Sasha and the likes of even Ronda when she was doing the street fight stuff. And, I think that Charlotte is an excellent talent. I think that she has had a lot of opportunity, and I think she's got more world titles to her name than she should have. I think that's what upsets people. But unfortunately, that anger that people feel towards Charlotte gets turned into she's no goods. People go a bit too far with their criticism rather than just stopping at, she's been handed a load of stuff that she shouldn't have had. She hasn't had to kind of, work as hard as some of the other girls. Like, I think those are fair criticisms. I think that she has been given opportunity other girls haven't been given. I think that's fair. I think she comes back and she just finds herself getting title opportunity. I think that's fair. I think all of that's fair. But you do see online, I'm not saying anyone in this community, no one needs to be defensive. I'm not thinking anyone in mind. I'm saying the wider WWE universe, okay? I have seen people online saying she sucks, she's no good, she shouldn't even be in WWE and all that kind of stuff. And then flipping, you've got the same people online on X going, why did she do that to Tiffany? That's so unprofessional. And it's like, pick a lane. Pick a lane. She can't suck, but then also murk this new girl. So, yeah, I part of me is like, you know what? That's a bit of a low-key baller move, actually. She didn't allow her to drown so much that it has damaged Tiffany. She's not done that, but she just showed there's levels to this. And I've got experience at this, and I'm good at this. And it did sort of feel like she was in control in that promo. So I think that she took the dub there. I don't think it was a massive dub, and I don't think it was a massive L. But I didn't mind. I really didn't mind. And as I said, in my mind, I think that I think it's good for Tiffany to be put in those situations, because it's those situations that you learn the most from. I mean, I don't know if they worked on the promo together. I don't know how much Tiffany knew what Charlotte was going to say. I don't know how much, like, I don't know. I don't know kind of the structure of it backstage. I only know what I saw. And I think that is a learning experience for someone that's not been in the business very long of... You need to be prepared. You need to be prepared. I mean, you need to ideally have a few lines kind of up your sleeve just if ever you need them. Just if ever you need them. Just in case you need to pull something out. Like, you just need to have a couple of lines ready. And I got the feeling that she sort of read what was scripted for her and what was written for her. And maybe Charlotte did the same, but maybe the delivery of it kind of caught Tiffany out. I don't know that was worked on together and delivered the way it was meant to be. I don't know if there wasn't a little bit of the veteran just putting the squeeze on the rookie a little bit. But as I said, I don't mind it. I don't think it was unprofessional. I don't think Charlotte let her drown. I don't think it was a massive dub or a massive L. I do think Charlotte looked the better in the promo exchange. And I think if I'm Tiffany, I am, as long as there's no other issues, you know, if I was Tiffany, genuinely, I would have spoke to Charlotte after that and I would have been like, oh, that was a workout, right? And you keep it light, you keep it bouncy. She's a legend, a veteran. She's, you know, someone that I'm not looking to upset. So I'd be like, oh, that was a workout. That's, you know, some lessons learnt there. Thank you. And I would want to see what Charlotte had to say back. Now, if Charlotte's going to be moody with me and he's going to storm off and not really engage with me afterwards, then, you know, we've got a situation. But if Charlotte's like, listen, you need to be ready. You need to have things up your sleeve, or you need to know those kind of moments can happen, or something like that. I'm going, noted. Noted, thank you. Yeah, got it. I've learned it. I've moved on. I've grown from it. I'm going to be better for that segment, and that's going to help me in the long run, you know. And there's going to be loads of those learning experiences on the main roster. I really did not see it as a bad moment for either woman. I think that it's a good little talking point, and I think I've got a different opinion on it than some people that thought it was terrible. Charlotte should never have done that. It was so unprofessional. I'm like, I didn't see it that way. I saw it as a learning experience. Some people, though, saw Tiffany winning that promo exchange. So you'll have people out there that just completely disagree with everything I've just said. But I can tell you that a lot of the big wrestling outlets saw Tiffany winning, saw Charlotte winning that. Just because I'd had a few conversations with people about it, and I had a few videos pop up in my feeds. It was a bit of a talking point coming out of, was it last week's show? Bit of a talking point coming out. I think it was last week's show. So, yeah, I saw like Meltzer's thoughts on it, and I read a few other thoughts on it. Right, I still don't have this week's oh, there I do now. Okay, we should be going over to the show. That's 3 hours that we've been talking, because we're legends. I don't even know when I'll get Unseen done. I've done flipping nothing for Unseen. I'm so behind on Unseen. Dwayne will no longer be in attendance for the football game. Adjustments for him have been pulled. All right. He was meant to be at a UFL football game. Apparently he's not going to be there. I don't see him being on tonight's show, though, because we don't have Cena on the show tonight or Cody on the show tonight. Okay, Bell. Here we go. There's London. There is London. God, I know London, and that is definitely London. Guys, that's London. We've got some breaking news. That is definitely London. That's not London. That is not London. That is Allegiant Stadium. Beautiful stadium. Beautiful stadium. Looks amazing. Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas. 9 Doc Holiday said, rally the ladies before Calix takes over. Let's go. Calix. We were watching Calix on Evolve. That was Ref Jess under a mask. Seth Rollins is backstage. Big cheer for Seth. He has got some security in front of him. I wonder if the British WWE security will be any better. I'm thinking they'll be even worse. There's Charlotte. Boos for Charlotte. Look at her. Amazing bags. Love that for her. Love that jacket. There's B-Fab and Michin. B-Fab's tall, isn't she? Some boomer in the background taking a picture. There we go. There is LA Knight. LA Knight. It's pretty cool, isn't it? There is Braun as well. It's kind of cool to think they're just in London. It would take me a good 3 hours to get there from here. There's Cody. Smile on his face. Cody Rhodes backstage at the O2 Arena. Are we starting with Cody? Because it looks like we're going through Gorilla. There's Triple H. There's Gorilla. Gorilla doesn't look like it normally looks. Gorilla looks a little bit more basic there, but it's kind of really cool to see backstage at the O2. Loads of smoke. Cody's gone. Cody's gone. Cody has disappeared. Cody has turned supernatural. There he is. There he is. That was pretty sick, actually. He was completely vanished, and then we did get this puff of smoke, and he arrived. Wow, there we go. I wonder how many community members we've got there. I think there are a fair few, you know, of community people that have gone to visit. There we go. Cody holding up that WWE Championship. Yeah, I didn't know Cody was on this show, you know. Cody Rhodes. Cody making his way down. Cynthia said, "Hi there, handsome days. I've missed that face." Cynthia, shout out to you. Your whole message checks out. You are correct. I am handsome. No lies detected. Sign in the crowd said tit. Love that for us. I love that for us. Whoa. Whoa. Good crowds. I don't expect this crowd to be as good as what we've seen from Spain and everything. Unfortunately, I do think the UK is a little bit spoiled for WWE shows. So, you know, I don't think it's going to be that kind of... I think it'll be good, and they'll make noise, and they'll chant away. Like, the UK crowd, they're not a crowd that are going to stay quiet, but they're not a crowd that have been starved of shows. So I think that we should hopefully get a good crowd, a vocal crowd, but I don't have the expectation that it's going to be a France or a Spain or something like that. O2 Arena looking good though, looking full as well. I mean, it looks like they've sold a hell of a lot of seats. The whole bottom part is obviously full. But even the top section at the top above the boxes looked like there was quite a few seats that had been sold. Smile on the face of Cody. So is Canada, says Dormouse. Dormouse, shout out to you. I hope you are well. To the air, I am making up. Great crowds singing along. Good start. Big cheer. Let's go. Cody chants. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Look, he's looking emotional. He's looking around. Good start. Hot start. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. Smile on his face. Let's go, kids. Let's go. Well done, London. Well done, London. Representing, doing yourselves proud. What do you want to talk about? Oh, what do you want to talk about? Smile on his face. Cena sucks chance. He's got his new windbreaker, James. He's got his new windbreaker. Cena sucks chance. I do kind of like him in his more casual attire. I see him in a suit all the time, so the tracksuit approach is pretty cool. Can't quite make out the chant. There's definitely a Cena sucks, but I can't quite make out what else is in there. I think it's a slight let's go Cena, but... And now it's broke into Cody Rhodes again. Now it's broke into Cody Rhodes again. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes. This bodes well for the rest of the show if the crowd are... Do you know what I mean? In this kind of spirit early. We do need to deliver a show, though, so... You know, thank you, London, but... You know, you can step out for a second. Let's see what Cody's got to say. I'll be facing John Cena. I'll be facing John Cena. He will. Dave, do you remember when Cena came out in London and said, we deserve a Mania? On Raw, heel Cena, you awful people, you don't deserve a Mania. Yeah, good shout. In a few nights, I'll be standing face to face in this same city, in this same arena. Ooh, Randy's coming out. Randy's coming out. Now, this is going to be interesting. Randy Orton obviously has got his issues with Kevin Owens. Now, if anyone can give Cody some advice on how to deal with John Cena, it might be this boomer. Cody and Randy, I am here for this. Oh, loud, lovely, lovely. London, you are doing so well. Now we get another sing-along, said Nightmare. I bet Cena comes out after Randy and orders Randy to turn on Cody, says Opala. Here we go, Randy making his way down. Giving out some fist bumps. Alex said Randy looks like Jesus reincarnated. LS Dub said this is Cody's post-WrestleMania feud. Maybe SummerSlam. Maybe Backlash, because Backlash is in Randy's. But then it could be the Randy-Kevin rematch, couldn't it? Gotta do Randy Cena, though. I completely agree. Randy Orton Hall of Famer, said Brendan. Jessica said, Cena is a flake anymore. A flake? What do you mean by flake? We have a chocolate bar called a flake. It's like a lady chocolate bar, really. I've always seen it as a lady chocolate bar. It's like, I wouldn't even know how you would describe it. How do you describe a flake? I don't think you have them in America. I'm going to have a look. Honestly, when you see it, you won't even believe it. You'll be like, what's that? What the hell is even that? That's what you'll say. Randy is getting in the ring. Obviously, it's going to take a moment. So, I can show you what a flake looks like. So, it's like, I mean, it's that. I know. It's weird, isn't it? It's just chocolate. But it's chocolate that's really hard to describe. That's a flake. And I don't think John Cena is one of those. Okay, Randy's in the ring. I'd eat that, said Jessica. Yeah, it's only chocolate. It's kind of like chocolate that's been folded over itself. I bet it's like that. And then made into like a bar. It's the best I can do. I'm not the sentimental type, said Randy. Here we go. What's he going to say? RKO. RK. Yeah, do it. That would be a moment. Cody's looking around. Like, if I was Cody, I'd be like, let's not do that. Look at you. Look at you. Look at who you are. Look at where he came from. Dusty Rhodes' pee-pee. Cody Rhodes' song breaking out. I feel like this has been 15 minutes of the London crowd with just occasional words from wrestlers. Cody Rhodes. Twirls are beautiful, said Opala. Do they still make twirls? I haven't seen a twirl in forever. I remember Cody from his early 20s. You weren't happy. Yeah. Crowd are like, let's applaud that. He worked hard. ATK3. Shout out to you, my friends. Shout out to you. Look at this guy over here. Oh my God, he's crying. I didn't know what to expect. You grew. I would sing along with you, but you might leave, says Randy. So he's being all lovely and he's saying, like, you grew. Well, the crowd are going to flip and sing. The crowd is singing away. Cody Rhodes. Do you remember when this man faced Seth Rollins in Hell in a Cell? Yeah, he broke his boob. Impressive. Randy saying that you competed with a torn pec and you did that probably least of all for yourself, more for all these people. You're in charge of your legacy. Lovely words. He could have allowed that legacy word to have hit a little more. So this is just such a rah-rah speech. This is such a, you're amazing. Oh my God, you've done so much for these people. You deserve this. I love your face. Oh my God, you smell amazing. It's just stuff like that. Now we've got another Cody chant that's broken out. I love your wife. I love your kids. I love your shoes. I love your bus. I love your dog. I love your new merch. I'm so proud of you. I'm proud of your family. I'm proud of the state that you're from. I'm proud of your country. I'm proud of your shadow. But now it's time for WrestleMania. RKO. Yeah, mess him up. Do something. RKO him. RKO. 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 I keeps ignoring it. I'm going to kick Kevin Owens so hard in the head. I love excited Randy. Excited Randy. I'm gonna kick Kevin Owens so hard in the head. You're gonna enter, champ. You're gonna exit, champ. You're gonna beat the holy hell out of John Cena all up and down the Vegas Strip. But when the smoke clears and the dust settles, there's gonna come a time where I'm gonna want 15. This is interesting. I respect you. I love you. Wow. I will look you in your eye and tell you, I'm coming for this. Is that Drew? Drew's coming down. So we've just had a big moment there between Cody and Randy. Randy just saying, you've got this. I love you. You're an inspiration. You're going to destroy John Cena, but there's going to come a time where I'm going to want number 15. But I'll do it the right way. Here's someone that might not do it the right way. Here's Drew. Drew McIntyre. Oh, Drew McIntyre. Oh, Drew McIntyre. Isn't this wonderful? Couple of Nepo babies having a love fest? Yes! I am here for that. Bruno forever. What's that? Bruno Sammartino. So he's having a little go here at Randy. What have you done to deserve a title match? Are we setting up Randy versus Drew for tonight? CM Punk. CM Punk. Everyone should have listened to me about John Cena. The twig and berries. Cheer for UK's only ever world champion. Should have been the Bulldog. Timu Undertaker gets a mention. Love that. Bruno Fernandez, said Alex. Sammartino. Sammartino in my mind. Oh, Drew McIntyre. Oh, Drew McIntyre. Will you cut the BS, please? Those voices know what I'm thinking right now. Lewis Capaldi is there. He's a Scottish singer. I know him, yeah. He does look jacked. You look jacked on the outside, says Drew. But on the insides, I know that back is hanging by a thread. I'm here for Drew versus Randy, you know that. Drew versus Randy would be sick. Oh, shot there by Cody. He was going for the RKO. He didn't get it, though. Hey, Drew versus Randy. Book it, you cowards. I'm definitely here for that in this day and age. Always expect the unexpected. We're backstage with the Street Profits. They're taking on Pretty Deadly. That match coming up next. Our first match of this show. Yes, boy! Love that for them. With their Union flag attire. Yes! But what did we think of that? Let's score that segment. What did you think of it? Is that WWE Worlds? Tattoo pavilion. Oh, God, that's dangerous, isn't it? A tattoo pavilion. The world is yours, Zeus. It's just going to cost you about $600 to meet anyone. Yeet. We're going to take all your money. Yeet. What did you think about the segment? Michael said, I get that he stuck his face in, but this Drew as a face, same attitude and all, says Michael. That felt a lot like setting up a post-WrestleMania title hunt, which was engaging and productive. The only issue is there's only one more segment for them to really sell me on Cena Cody, so we'll see. Nick Butcher said 25 minutes of talking, boring. Ninja said, what does this have to do with building the main event at Mania? This is the problem with the road to WrestleMania. Pointless segments. James said the promo segment was fun, but it did drag on a little bit. Do you know, I don't disagree, actually, that what we've just seen there is a segment that doesn't really build Cena Cody. It's more, I'm so proud of you. You know, look at the journey you've been on, and I know you're going to beat Cena. And then a nice little bit where he said, but at one point I am going to want 15 myself, but I won't stab you in the back to get it. And then out came Drew. And for some reason, because we had to allow the crowd to have their moment, which is fine because the crowd have been great, that whole thing just went on a bit longer than I think probably needed. That feels like a 10-minute segment in a 25-minute package. So, yeah, okay. Not bads. Not bads. Don't forget to pile drive the like button, said Dormouse. Dormouse, shout out to you. Yeah, shout out to everyone joining us. I know this is the early stream. I know that there's going to be a lot of people in America that can't join us yet. So we have suffered disruption during these streams. It will be nice to get back to just that one stream at a regular time. But maybe we've reached a few new people this way as well. So I would like to just virtually embrace those newcomers as well. Yeah. God bless you. Right, we are back from commercial break. Las Vegas looks so amazing, but it just like there's so many places where I would lose all my money. It just is set up to leave you poor. Breaking news! Randy Orton, Drew McIntyre tonight! Tonight! Oh my God. Randy Orton, Drew McIntyre tonight. Yes, boy! What the flip is this? What's this? Is this new? I feel like I've heard the music before, but I think it might be a new Titantron. Is this new music as well? I don't know. No, I think I've heard the music before. Fire in the building, fire in the building. Oh, yeah? There he is, Mark Nash. Well, he's okay. His voice doesn't have like a distinctive tone, though. I was really expecting him to have like a really deep voice or something that had a real gravitas to it, but actually I didn't detect that in his voice. So, I mean, look, that's the first time I've ever heard him, so we know that he's very experienced, but not what I was expecting, actually. I thought there was going to be a real weight behind when he was going to talk. I didn't sense that. I didn't sense that. He's all right. He's all right. I'm not offended by it. I can't say I'm in love with it. It's all right. It's all right. Pretty Deadly making their way down, and this is going to be our first match on SmackDown. So that is our new SmackDown announcer. Love their gear. Look at this. Mattel, get on it. We need a pack of these two. There's the disco ball as well. It's disco time in the O2. We need to get some Street Profits versus Pretty Deadly. I like it, says Alex. Mark Nash is solid. Face it, Nash can announce you out the building, said Uncle Revel. Oh, have we got some Nash stands? I don't really see the excitement. I was expecting a bit of weight behind his voice. I was expecting there to be like a deeper tone or something that had a bit more grandeur to it. Instead, he's kind of just shouting the names out. I don't know. It seems... I don't quite see it. I don't hear it. I don't get it. I don't hate it. But I don't see anything special there. I don't know. But it seems like we've got some Nash stands that are probably familiar with his work. Over the top, Montez in, and we got a double hip toss. Going over against the ropes. Boom. Into a DDT. Okay, commercial break. So that opening segment got 39% great, 39% good. So actually it was tied, but great just came out on top. 16% all-time, 4% bad. So it was really close. I mean, exactly the same score between good and great. Great just getting it. But yeah, not an opening segment that I think has, like, blown anyone's mind. Shot coming in there by... Oof, down goes Kit Wilson. Blue Whale Sonic said, next match is Street Profits Pretty Deadly. Yes, we are underway with that match now. The fact that Randy and Drew interfered, I feel like some interesting's on the way, said Afzal. Well, they've announced a match. So we do have a match between those two. Montez grabbing Kit Wilson and is in control. I believe this is for the tag titles, isn't it? I believe the titles are on the line. Days, Drew versus Randy is pointless. We know KO is getting involved, says Macca Rice. Drew, Randy, pointless. KO getting involved. Yeah. I mean, it won't be as good as if it was at a PLE, but should still be, hopefully, a fun contest. We need a Carmelo Hayes push, says Jessica. Upper said, Days, if we had a legacy reunion, Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes, who would be the third member? Well, it wouldn't be a reunion, would it? If it was a reunion, we'd have to get Ted DiBiase Jr. Otherwise, we're kind of doing a new, updated version of it. And I'm guessing you'd just put someone young in there, some up-and-comer that could go into that group. Tag being made. Babyface Theory. Another clothesline. Kick to the midsection. Over the other sides. Boom. Someone like Nathan Frazier might be all right as well. So, Pretty Deadly very much back in control here. Kit Wilson doing well, trying to pick up Montez. Chucks him. Way! Duck underneath, over the other sides. And we're about to come back from commercial break. Yamil said, watch Randy go back to the bald psycho gimmick before he retires. Well, hopefully we're going to have a bit of time before he retires. Irish Sam said, it's funny when the ref tells them that they're on a break and then gives them the time they're back on TV. They don't hide it since we've gone on to this Netflix era. It is a frustration that things do slow down when we go to commercial break. Tag being made. Picking up. Boom! Dawkins in control. Over against the ropes on the shoulders. Trying to get down on his feet. Dawkins goes over by the ropes. Big kick coming in. Going back against the ropes. Big clothesline. Kit Wilson back to the corner. Jumping up. Boom. Double knees. Down goes Dawkins too. No joy. No joy. Days, we had direct connection with Horseman to Evolution to Legacy. Now Cody could lead his own version. He could do. That'll be good, I think, for like a little bit later in his career. I know he doesn't want to stick around too long. I mean, he spoke about retiring when he was 40. Has he moved that now to 42 or 45? I mean, I don't think we're going to be here with Cody being 48, 50 and still going. Oh, that was good, actually, by Kit. That was good teamwork. Oh, my God. Yeah, brilliant by Kit Wilson to actually take the bullet because he wasn't the legal man. That meant that Elton Prince is able to kind of come back a little bit, but Kit Wilson is pretty much done. He's not going to be of much assistance. Kit Wilson makes the save. Just managing to make that save. Really good spot, that. Really good spot. He's having a word with him at the moment. Pretty deadly. Pretty deadly. Getting up to their feet. Big scream there. They all charge into the middle. Big collision. It's a pretty good spot as well. Tell you what, whoever's produced this match. Yeah, crowd are getting excited. Going over. Boom. Dawkins planted. 1, 2. Montez makes the save. And you know what? This is one of those matches that really shouldn't excite that much, but they've done a brilliant job. Over the top to the outside, it's really got the crowd going. In the corner, goes up, double knees, goes over, gets chucked over the top to the outside. Shot coming in. Shots coming in. Goes up. Boom. Planted. And that's going to be it, man. Street Profits going to get it. 1, 2, 3. And they do. It's a win for the Profits. Right. I could have watched more of that. It was very good, said Uncle Rebel. Just talk about Zelina Vega. So what happened earlier? Okay, we're backstage with Caden and Katana and Zelina. Where are they? What room is that? What room are they in? One minuscule threat. There's Chelsea. The bootleg men in black. Six-woman tag coming. P and A are ready. So, what, tag match? Well, I do love these two. I love the... Let's go. Oh, my God. I could have seen it live. I should have been there. Da-da-da-da-da. Let's go. Come on, Caden. Do the thing. Oh, don't you dare go to commercial break. Oh, I love the fact they're calling them the Secret Harvest on the graphic. Don't you flipping dare. Don't you dare deny me of the dancing. No! You what? the flip? Oh, we always stay with the action. Why have you cut away? We better go back and they better be finishing off their entrance when we go back. If they've denied me the little dance, this is a flipping... I'll be livid. I'll be livid. I'll be more upset than when Sammy didn't beat Roman at Elimination Chamber. Should have gone. If I'd have gone, I'd have seen it live. Should have gone. Said Scottish Nightmare. Yeah. It's my own fault. It's my own fault. No dancing for you. God, we just don't get anything from this WrestleMania. Just when you think this WrestleMania build can't get any worse. Jesus. I don't even get the little dance. I don't even get the little dance. Why are international audiences getting this break? I don't know, because they hate us. You can always go on Monday. Yeah, but they won't be there on Monday, will they? What, go to a show where I won't see the dance? What's the point in that? Fortunately, I've got a video of the dance on loop. I've got a 5-hour playlist of nothing but Caden throughout the years doing the little... So I'll just play that. I'll be fine. Aaron said, this is how they make you want to go to the show. Yeah. Yeah. They're like, honestly, they're like drug dealers. They get you hooked and then they take it away from you so that you buy the ticket, go to the show to get the hit. Yeah. They know that I like that dance and they've denied it me just so I'll pay money to go to flipping WrestleMania to see it live. Let's be honest, Caden and Katana probably aren't going to be at WrestleMania. How long we got? 8 seconds. Hal, shout out to you, my friends. Regan said WrestleMania, London 2028. Thoughts? I'm trying to think if there's any rumors for 2028. I know that Orlando want WrestleMania in 2031, so I'm hoping that London, that's been in talks before Orlando, can get one before WrestleMania 2030. So, yeah, I'll take that 2028, 2029, 2030. I'll take any of them. I really feel like they would screw us over at WWE World, though. WWE World, I don't think they would ship all the stuff over. So I don't know what I mean, Mattel would be there, and there would be, like, the stage and everything, and there'd be the Hall of Fame collection, but I bet it wouldn't be as epic as it normally would be. Why are we talking about Bret Austin? Is this going to be on Sunday? Huh? So they're actually going to start inducting matches? So, huh? Wow. They're going to be there? So Bret Hart and Stone Cold are going to be there, and they're putting that match in from WrestleMania 13, which is so deserved. Absolutely deserved. Often debated. There's Roman. That's huge. Oh, mate. There's going to be people making videos right now of what the matches should go in. Top 10, top 20 matches that should go in. Oh, my God. Oh, they've got to put Shawn Undertaker 25 in. And maybe they'll put this match in as well. Don't know. We'll have to see. Hopefully it's going to be that good. Here come the Secret Service. I'm a hot mess. That's big, isn't it? They're copying UFC, yeah, and so they should. So they should. It's a great idea. Obviously, Brock Dean goes in, said Nightmare. Taker, Mankind, Hell in a Cell. Yes. They robbed it. I was robbed. I've been robbed. I was robbed of the dance. Secret Hervis. Now, this is better. This is what Piper should be wrestling in. Do you remember Piper competed the other day, and I was like, I don't think that's right for the Hervis. I don't think that's right. This is right. Right, let's end the poll for our first match so that we don't get confused. Because we do easily get confused. Secret Hervis versus K and K. Caden and Katana, good to see them on, actually. Miss these girls. Boom, drop kick, lovely work. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, 43. 41 is a good score. Not a great score. It's actually come out as good 99. So that was pretty deadly. Isn't it weird that these two are on this show when they could have been on the flipping Glasgow show? Why didn't you have the Hervis on the Glasgow show? There's Piper. Whoa, my God. Piper landing on top of those two. It's like when Bundy dropped that elbow on the little people at WrestleMania 2. Unbelievable. There. Niven. Piper Niven. Piper Niven chants ringing out. There is Chelsea on the outsides. Piper getting into the ring. We've got Katana in there trying to get over to, I mean, literally no one. There's no one there. She's trying to reach over to make the tag, but there's no one there. She's like, who are you trying to tag? There's Caden. We love you, Chelsea. We do, chant. We love you. We love you, Chelsea. We do. We love you, Chelsea. We do. There's a part of London called Chelsea. This is how you get into Chelsea's good books, and Joe just said, I'm not looking to do that right now. The first match to go in should be Nash and Hogan, the finger poke of doom, says Nightmare. Do you think inducting Austin Brett match is a reaction to ticket sales? Yes. Yes, I do. Apparently ticket sales have been very slow. And Joe just made it very clear. Stone Cold is going to be there, everyone. And Brett is going to be there. Please buy tickets. Please come down. Crowds are clapping away. It should have been Goldberg, Undertaker. Yes. Goldberg, Fiend. Drew McIntyre should have been in Glasgow as he is Scottish, said Afzal. It is true. We're already on this show, we've had quite a big Scottish presence. We've had a very big British presence, haven't we? We've had Drew, we've had Pretty Deadly. Now we've got Slagent A and Slagent P. Chelsea's got connections to the UK. Okay, we are back to the show. Caden is in there. The Secret Hervis. Oh, through. Moves out the way. Nice kick. Lovely work. Come on! Going over against the ropes. There is Caden. Big boots. Big boot. Yeah, she kicks out to Chelsea as well. Yeah, take that, you boomer. Goes up. Crashes down. Kick out. Crowd a little bit quiet. Big kick coming in. Tommy versus Days at the Stourbridge Community Centre for control of the whip. Oh, he can have it. No need. To be honest, I'm quite busy. If he wants to fight for it, he can just have it. Roll through. Oh, hello. Look at this. I don't think that worked. I don't think that worked by Caden and Katana. Big boot there. And up. Stand up if you hate Tottenham. Is that the chant? What are we chanting? Stand up if you hate what? Tottenham. 1, 2. Save is made. Chelsea doesn't look like she knows what's going on. Big kick coming in. There we go. We got Caden. Whoa! Did we just have a stand up if you hate Tottenham chant? Yeah, is that what they said, Blake? Wow. We have spoken about how football, soccer, and that kind of culture really plays into wrestling, but I wasn't expecting a chant to be based on that. Chelsea on the edge of the ring. She's trying to distract Katana. Caden goes into Katana. Katana goes down. Caden. Oh, driver. 1, 2, 3. Deaded. Deaded. It's a win for the Secret Hervis. Hervis get the job done. Let's get the scores, match scores. Now they're laying in kicks. What the hell is that? Oh my God, it's Zelina. I have no idea what her music is. All I heard was boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Into a DDT by Zelina Vega. She comes over, throws in a knee. Chelsea clobbers her from behind. Zelina Vega goes down. Boop, 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 boop. I was like, who's this? I don't know this flipping music. Turns out it's Zelina Vega's. Forearm shot, and again. Shots coming in. Those are pretty serious boots, aren't they, that she's got on? Look at them. Going up. Oh, kick coming in there by Slagent A. Oh, elbow. Oh, my God. That's exactly like King Kong Bundy at WrestleMania 2. Oh my God, all these little people are getting destroyed. Well, there we go. The Hervis and Chelsea standing tall. There's LA Knight, yeah! Taking on Braun Strowman next. Next. A lot of people wondering when this was going to be. It's next. Days, name 5 matches that you think should go into that Hall of Fame. Macho Man against Ricky Steamboat. Shawn against Undertaker. Undertaker against Mankind. Hogan Andre. Razor Ramon versus Shawn Michaels ladder match. I'm happy with that, actually. I'm happy with that. I think we're doing well. We're scraping the top end there. I mean, there's loads of stuff. I mean, you could have the Brock Kurt Iron Man match, which is so amazing. You could have Bret Hart 1, 2, 3 kids. for how iconic that was. You know, there's these kind of non-PLE matches as well that can be included. Honestly, you could carve it up. You could do like top 5 matches from Raw that should be included, top 5 matches from SmackDown, top 5 WrestleMania matches, top 5 PLE matches, top 30 overall matches. Like, I feel like you could do loads with that topic. We might tackle it. But I have very little doubt people are working on those videos as we flipping speak, because it's such low-hanging fruit. That's why we might do it. It's so obvious that that's a video that should be made. That's why we might do it, because we're here for obvious things. I'm going for dinner. I will watch the rest of tonight's on tonight's stream. Frankie, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for joining us here and then joining us again later. Dubfig said, take Mankind. Hell in a Cell has to be there. Completely agree. Sasha Bianca needs to go in. It's one of my favourite matches. It's a really good point. I don't think I mentioned a women's match. So a women's match should go in. Otherwise, we'll get like people accusing us of being sexist. I mean, like, to be honest, it's not just about the quality of matches, it's the significance of matches as well. You know, Hogan Andre is not a great match, but it's super important. And so I think you would put in Becky, Charlotte, Ronda as well. Is it a great match? It's all right. It's all right. The ending's off. And I don't know how many people really revisit that match. I think a lot of people involved wish that that match was better, but it's super significant. It's the first women's WrestleMania main event. So that has to go in. Advert for Stephanie's Places. 10 episodes. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can watch episode 1, and I've not seen it, but I want to watch it. It's on Disney Plus and Hulu and ESPN. I don't have any of those. I love that for me. Right, we have got the contract signing coming up. The contract signing. Triple threat, yeah. All 3 of those names will be here later tonight, says Wade. Okay, we are just seeing inside the arena. We're looking up at the WrestleMania sign up in the rafters. It's pretty exciting that that's up there. Look at that. We are seeing up in that higher upper level, and it is. There is Lewis Capaldi. Lewis Capaldi shown in the crowds. He's getting a good reaction. Oban Elliott in the crowds. So UFC in the house. Tom Aspinall not there. Braun. Let's go. A clean contract signing, no trouble whatsoever, said heel Cena. Fake UFC stuff. Yeah, stupid fake UFC stuff. Days, I'm not going to lie. What a banger of a theme that the Street Profits have. It's an uncommon Def Rebel dub. Sasha Bailey, the Iron Woman match, was the first main event for women in NXT. But I would put the Brooklyn match over that one. Yeah. Agreed. Metal Mama said, I love Braun. I've been a huge fan of him for so long. I love the dude. I love seeing him. Braun. Let's go, Braun. I tell you what, he's working the crowd pretty well. LA Knight made a critical error, according to Wade. Here's LA Knight. LA Knight making his way down to the ring. LA Knight. He should be UK Knight for one night only. UK Knight, yeah! Okay, LA Knight making his way down to the ring. Let's get rid of the poll. I know it's not been up as long, but let's avoid confusion. Okay, 54% good, 23% great, 12% bad. Oh. Good 88. Well, all I'll say is so far this is not a show after the first hour that's kind of really changing my mind or anyone's mind about how WrestleMania season has been okay. That's all I'll say. It's not bad. It's watchable, but I don't know that anyone's mind's getting changed here. I don't know that anyone's like, yeah, let's go. Now WrestleMania season has arrived. Let's see what happens here with Braun and LA Knight. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, they're locking up and we are underway. I really enjoyed Orton Road segment, said Jamie. The best English singer isn't even in the crowd tonight, said Odin's son. Who you thinking? Simply Red. It's got to be in it. Holding back the years. Oh my God. What a tune. Kick coming in. It's Phil Collins, isn't it? I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh my God. Kick out. The best English singer is Adele, said the man. Hello, it's me. So good. We can produce some good singers. We can't produce very good wrestlers, though, considering we've only ever had one world champion, and it's Drew McIntyre. And actually, England's never had a world champion, so we should probably just give up. Big boot there by Braun. Down goes LA Knight. I thought the Solo Jacob was planned for Mania. We're not leaving it long to start a feud, said Macca. I think the feud has sort of started, like the dissension has started. I don't know if the match will be at Mania or if that's where it will finally explode. But I think, are we at commercial break now? Coming soon, Wrestling Day. Yeah, I sing all the hits. Everyone's favourite track. Hello by Adele. In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins. Holding Back the Years by Simply Reds. Oh my God, it's going to be a journey through music. Rocket Man by Elton John. Oh, I do them all. Did you hear the song Sunrise by Simply Reds? Yes, I've been to see Simply Red a few times. It's one of my mum's favourite singers. And actually, it was my first gig that I went to because when I was young, my mum and dad were going to go and I was going to stay at home. And my dad couldn't make it. So my mum was like, would you like to go instead? Otherwise, I probably just won't go. So I was like, no, I'll go with you. I'll go. So I went along. It was awesome. I flipping loved it. I won't have anything said bad about Simply Red. Kick coming in there by Braun. That was at the NEC in Birmingham as well. Same place where I went to my very first WWE live event. Headbutt there by Braun. Did anyone watch the Doomsday tease with the chairs for 6 hours? No, I didn't. I know of it, and I saw the little Paul Rudd chair. James said you'd have to pay me to listen to that shiz. James, you just don't know good music, yeah? I know you're into your Atomic Kitten. Your NSYNC, yeah? I know you dress in your all-white tracksuit like the Backstreet Boys, but you need to listen to some proper music, yeah? You got to move past that. A lot of those boy bands are broken up now, you know. Although saying that, a lot of them have got back together again, haven't they? Cynthia said Careless Whisper by George Michael. Track. Yeah. I like a lot of, a lot of his singles. I don't know his album stuff. I've never listened to, like, his solo albums, but, like, Fast Love. Great. Love that. Careless Whisper. Yeah. I still think Last Christmas it's probably it's top 5 Christmas songs. It's not better than Fairy Tale, but it's top 5. Club Tropicana. Jesus, come on. Come on. Mackenzie said Birmingham and Villa fans together in the front row again. They've just gone cray-cray with buying tickets, haven't they? They're basically our green shirt guy. Isn't it lovely how 2 rival supporters can unite, come together to enjoy some wrestling? I think that really shows there's a way forward for, like, Russia and Ukraine. Knee coming into the midsection there by Braun. Jess said, since Travis Barker was on John Cena's show, What Drives You, you would think that they would book Blink 182 for a show, surely. I don't know, to be honest, maybe. I mean, he's got a lot of friends, hasn't he? In the music world. I mean, a lot of people thinking if he's going to have a heel theme, it might be Travis Scott that does it. I think a lot of rappers look to John Cena, though, because I think his album has been such a big inspiration to the hip-hop community. I think when he dropped his album back in, like, was it 2005? You know, I've heard many times Kendrick Lamar saying that he just wouldn't be the artist he is if it wasn't for that album. So I think it really did push the genre forward. And as a result now, there's a lot of respect there. Let's just say Kendrick wouldn't do to John what he did to Drake. Here we go. On the outside, here comes Braun. Charge him rounds. The Strowman Express. Oh, he gets murked by Jacob. By Jacob. Jacob in a tracksuit. Oh my God, that's the kind of thing my mum would wear at the gym. I love that for him. I love that for him. I've seen an old lady do chair aerobics in that. Yes, Samoan drop by Jacob. Oh my God, yes. Yes, Queen. Yes, Queen. In the ring goes Braun. Jacob coming over. Headbutt coming in there to Braun. And again. So are we going to do this at WrestleMania? Crowder laying away. Has Jacob got Elizabeth tattooed on his neck? Do you reckon that's for our dearly departed queen? It does look a bit like Elizabeth. I love that for him. Love that for him. And I love that for her. LA Knight in there. Kick coming in. Don't you dare make this a triple threat. I am so over all these multi-man matches. Nice. Boom. Samoan drop. Murked. Let's go. This guy is just not built right, says Wade. I mean, he said it quietly, of course. Boom. And again, he's collided into him. Oh, yeah, he's taking the tracksuit off. The running hip attack. Triple threat incoming, said Moses. Oh my God, we just don't need another triple threat. Braun down. Finley said, everyone's super chatting. I'm not missing out. I need to get to the super chats, actually. Finley, shout out to you, my friends. Everyone going cray-cray at the moment because Jacob is up. Let's go. One more time. One more time. One more time. Goes up. Boom! And again. Braun Strowman has been absolutely destroyed. Who won that match? Did anyone win that match? Mackenzie said Charlie XCX's English wasn't invited to the show. Well, we had a Brat Summer. I mean, we could have a Brat Smackdown. We had a Brat Rumble. There is Jacob backstage. Oh, yeah. This was on Monday. The slap heard around the world. Psh, mate. So loud. So loud. We're backstage. There's Jackie. People are still talking about that slap. Jimmy Uso's here. Here's the slapper. Signed shirt in the background by Lionel Richie. I'd do it again. Brian Adams shirt as well. Lots of big artists have played the O2. Yeets. Yeets. I wonder if there's something wrestling. There's got to be. Okay, here's Mellow Don't Miss. Your career sidekicks. You won't beat Gunther, and neither will Jay. You're doing all the talking outside the club. You can't even get in. I know what that feels like. If you ever slapped me like that, you'd still... Oh, look at Miz flinch. How about Miz versus Jimmy tonight? It might be me, Gunther, on Monday. Do you know what? That slap moment might be something they can... I mean, like, he teased it there and Miz flinched. I mean, that's going to add to his character a bit. Raw Recap has got a special guest this week, and it's going to be Jay Uso. Cynthia said, Days, if you was a chocolate bar, what kind of chocolate bar would you be, and would you let me eat you? I don't know. If you ate me, would I exist after that? Or is that how I would be killed? I would probably be killed in that moment, wouldn't I? I think I'd have to not let you eat me, unfortunately. But then would I want to live life as a chocolate bar? I don't know. You're kind of all snug and warm, aren't you, in your wrapper, you know? God, I don't know. If it was going to be a chocolate bar, what do I get from it? I get nothing, do I? If I'm a chocolate bar, what do I get? Do you know what? I would probably want to be an awful chocolate bar. I would want to be a chocolate bar that doesn't go out of date, because otherwise I'm just getting thrown in the bin. So I want something that's got a long shelf life and something that no one really enjoys, so I'd just get left alone. That's what I would want. I would just want a long shelf life chocolate bar where I'm just left alone. Because what's the alternative? I get eaten. I mean, that doesn't sound fun. Does it? That doesn't sound fun. Why would I want to be something delicious? Like a galaxy. Yeah? Why would I want that? So what, I get eaten and that's it. Game over. Like, where's the I don't get what I get from it. Just like John Cena, you get nothing. That's what it feels like. So I might as well just be an awful chocolate bar with a long shelf life, and I can just snuggle up on a shelf and just be left alone. And that's honestly the best answer I can give you. Jerry, shout out to you. Appreciate the support, my friends. Magic Dak said, I'm not missing out either. Magic Dak, shout out to you, buddy. Appreciate the support. We are at commercial break. No one's missing out on anything. Apart from Cynthia, who I am not allowing to eat me. Icarus, shout out to you. Let's see what Icarus has got to say. Turkish Delight. Oh, I like Turkish Delight. You see, I like Turkish Delight. Certainly fries. Do you have fries, Turkish Delight, in America? I'm going to show you what they look like. Fries Turkish Delight. Look at this. Oh, what's that? Orange flavour. No, shut up. Not having that. Quite a nice helping of chocolate on top of Turkish Delight. Nice. Nice. Not for everyone. Not everyone likes a Turkish Delight, to be honest. Not everyone likes Turkish Delights. I don't mind Turkish Delight, but I do prefer it when it is wrapped in chocolate. Oh, God, look at this one. Lemon. Pervert. Yeah. That's it, mate. All of the delight. Look at this. Come on. Yeah. Look, it looks like steak. That's how good it is. It's the closest we've got to a chocolate that looks like steak. Let's go. But I wouldn't want to be that, because someone like me would want to eat me. Do you know what I mean? No. Right, we are back from commercial break. Icarus. Oh.
Icarus and the Rabbit. Sorry, not sure if you have addressed this. I'm bouncing between show and you. Thoughts on WWE muting the effing and jeffing from the crowd on Netflix? I would be a Turkish delight.
Icarus would be a Turkish delight. Here's Solo. Tama. What's this? Out there by yourself. He's so angry. But Jacob, nothing. Jacob, you better lower your tone. Okay. Let me be very clear. When it comes to Braun, I'll be the last man standing. I'll do it with you. He's going to look right at Solo, isn't he? Or without you. So he looks at Tamara and said, I'll do it with you. Looks at Solo. Or without you. Oh. There is a Jacob problem in that group. Yeah, well, yes, Wade, you are correct. Look at the people dancing in the background. Yes. Love that for them. Here's Naomi. How did we get here? I don't know. She can't deal with it. She's got that caution kind of vibe again, isn't she? Mate, she has so been inspired by Unseen. Unseen's got that at the bottom. Oh my God. We are so inspirational. And I will not have anyone tell me different. When I think of all I've sacrificed, through all of that, I'm made to be a bad one, the bad one. Look, she's crying. Oh my God. She's crying. How does Jade come in and take my place with you? Look at the tear. Who inspired you, Bianca? Who's always had your back? Me. Not Jade. Whoa, mate. She's losing it. She's losing it. Oh, I love this for Naomi. She's done with being too nice. I'm done with being underappreciated. Yes. Moving forwards. Yeah. With caution. Oh, proceed with caution. That was fantastic. Fantastic. Look at the tie on Nick Aldis. Dude, did you see that sick smile that Naomi had? Is she going to attack? Oh, there's B-Fab. There's Meechin. Jades. Once you get your hands on her, you'll take care of her. Who's in the background? It's probably no one, but there's just like a woman back there, but I don't think it was anyone. Oh, that Naomi thing was brilliant. Well done, everyone. WWE Evolve. Yeah, that's been fun. I really enjoyed this week. Calyx. Right, Icarus said, sorry if you've addressed this. It's all right. I don't think we have. What do you think about them muting Effin and Jeffin? Yeah, I don't know. That's a WWE decision, isn't it? I mean, I think it just shows you where they are. I don't think it needs to be done, to be honest. But I suppose WWE are just so worried that kids will be prevented from watching, and they've got a lot of sponsors and a lot of people that have got licenses that need the kids. You know, Mattel, for example. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a big shock that a large percentage of people that buy Mattel figures are flipping aged 15 or below. So, you know, there are collectors, you know, myself included, but the vast majority are kids that are buying them to play with them. So, you know, if you're WWE, you've probably got to take that into consideration, which is why we never thought that they were going to venture into an Attitude Era. That whole hysteria of, oh my God, it's going to be different, we're leaving PG behind. Never bought it, never believed it. And we're actually at the point now where any swear words, cuss words from the crowd are getting muted out. I think it's OTT, but it just shows you where they are now. doesn't it? Just shows you where their mindset is. LS Dub says, let's see what LS Dub says.
Ellis up. Member. I like the possibility of Jacob winning the U.S. title. That could do a lot for the title. We just don't need it to happen in a triple threat. That is overkill, man, Lamau.
Shout out to you, but Mackenzie said Jade looking like Kill Bill. Good shout, she was. Yellow with the black down the sides. I don't think we did a LA Knight one, did we? Probably because I don't know kind of what happened with the match. But let's do it anyway. I think it's probably a no contest. No contest DQ thing. Something happened. Naomi killed that. Great acting from Naomi, said Joey. Jamie said, do we think Ric Flair will be in attendance or have a bigger part? I think he'll be in attendance and they could have him slap Cena in the face from the front row. But I'm not expecting him to be like jumping the barricades or, you know, anything along those lines. We still had an F-bomb from Cody, said Lithograph. Naomi killed that, said A. Jobson. Oh, here is that. Here's the vignette. There's a snake. It's Jake the Snake. It's going to be Jake. Oh, well, there we go. Here's Michin. Maya, the property. Michin coming out with BFAB. Michin. But when is today's Karrion Kross segment? Don't know. I don't know that there is one, is there? It's not Jake the Snake, but it could be Santino Marella, said Jake. That's a good shout, actually. That's a good shout. It's going to be the Cobra. It's a good shout. Okay, so Michin is in the ring. BFAB's in there with her as well. Proceed with caution. Right. Oh, Naomi attacks. Naomi's attacking Michin. Bang! Okay. Shots coming in there. Naomi attacking Michin. Was this going to be the match, was it? Kick there to BFAB. BFAB goes down. Naomi gets onto the edge of the ring. She's just, I don't even know we've got a match. She's just messing people up. Naomi hurling BFAB into the barricades. I love her hair. I love her big hair. Shots coming in there by Naomi. BFAB goes into the commentary table. Naomi jumps on top, throws in some shots, double axe handles. Here comes Jades. I think Naomi's cooler. Jade's coming running down. I'm Team Naomi on this. Mess her up. Mess her up. Send her back to AEW. She chases... is that Alicia Taylor? So what, is Alicia Taylor there just to give some advice to the new... announcer. Who's that? Who's that woman? Some officials have come down. I can't tell if she's a normal-sized woman or if she's a smaller woman. But she's really small compared to Jade and BFAB. Whoever's helping BFAB. Here's Charlotte. Charlotte Flair's coming out, so we didn't even get a match there. All hail the Queen. Charlotte Jade could be interesting. Charlotte Jade could be very interesting. Charlotte staring at Jade. Look at Charlotte. Look at Charlotte. Jade, you could never. You could never. With your little Kill Bill cosplay. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this robe. Jesus Christ, she should main event WrestleMania just because she's got that robe. Whoever's got entrance gear of that quality, you should just give them the belt. Look at it. That is some serious peacocking by Charlotte. How much do you reckon that costs? That ain't cheap. There is no way. I'm sure Ric Flair said his robes were like 10 grand. Charlotte making her way down. Honestly, if that robe's 10 grand, I wouldn't be shocked. Woo! Charlotte Flair getting into the ring. Meechin is still down. Is this going to be our match, is it now? Charlotte versus Meechin. Charlotte doesn't give a flip that Meechin's not ready. Mess her up. Mess her up. Earlier, I watched all the WrestleMania entrances, and it makes me wonder, are they going to top themselves? Big boot there by Charlotte. One. Oh, just a one count. Just a one count. Carrion said he's going to bring an old carriage back on the 29th. That's tomorrow, isn't it? Isn't that? Is he doing like a house show? Is it a house show or an indie show? Alex said Ric Flair was in constant debt, so that wouldn't surprise me. I don't know if he's telling the truth. His robes might have cost him $50, but at Alex, they looked amazing. And Charlotte's looks amazing. Another big chop coming in there by Charlotte. Naomi and Jade are on the same team. You heard it here first, said Omni Caliber. Looking for a takeover there. Charlotte goes over. Mayor Pete said classic Triple H setting up multiple feuds. Okay, we've got an hour and 25 minutes to go. Obviously, we've still got that big segment coming up. Roman, Seth, Punk, contract signing to kick out there by Meechin. Timothy said, I am leaving for work. I've got to wait until 8 o'clock to watch anything on USA. Well, Timothy, shout out to you, my friends. We'll be here if you're around. She is stealing that move. Oh, my God. That's going to upset people. She did it once, and I just thought it was like a tribute. But she is stealing it. She stole it from Stephanie. And that's going to upset people, and I think that's exactly why she's doing it. She's stealing the move, bringing it to the main roster. People are going to be like, oh, my God, Charlotte stole that move. I hate Charlotte. And I think that's why she's done it. Picking up Meechin. I'm upset, says Javon. Going for the cover. Kick out. Didn't she do that move first a while ago? Well, she did it last week. I can't remember her doing it. I can't remember her doing it like 5 years ago or anything like that. I mean, could we find footage of it? I mean, maybe. It'd be interesting if we did. I promise you the reaction will be that she has stolen that from Stephanie. Headlock. We're down. We're coming back from commercial break. Jess said Flair is the queen. There's only one queen, mate. Show some respect. Yeah. I think you'll find it's Camilla that's the queen. Thanks. Forearm strike blocked there by Meechin. Ben said, do we think Charlotte took out Jade? They had a stare off, and it's quite interesting. Naomi might take the fall and attack, and Naomi and Jade just framing Bianca. I think that's a bit too confusing, to be honest. I think it is Naomi. Whether someone was working with Naomi and kind of helped plan it with Naomi, we could get further development. But I don't think it's going to turn out that it wasn't Naomi. It was actually someone else, and Naomi was taking the fall. And I think that would be unnecessarily complicated. Big kick there by Charlotte. Charlotte going through, rolling up, looking for the pin on Michin. Michin with a kick coming back. Down goes Charlotte. Down goes Charlotte. Michin's all at sea. Oh my God. She tries to collide into the corner. There's a kick. Nice sell there by Michin. Michin goes down. Why are WWE just doing all the faff? We know that they are going to stick the belt back on Charlotte for 20 million years. Why don't they just get on with it, says Nick. Here we go. We're climbing up, looking for moonsault, but a kick coming in there by Michin. Michin grabbing Charlotte. She's looking for a powerbomb. Middle of the ring. Is she going to get it? Oh, she does. 1, 2. Oof. That would be a big win if Michin was to get the win here. That would be a big win. Jamie said, I'm really liking this Naomi caution heel character. I agree. Excellent little vignette. Excellent. Commentary are really hyping Flair up, says the Mank. Well, they're building her, aren't they, for Mania when she'll go up against Tiffy Time. I think Tiffy Time wins at Mania. Kick out by Charlotte. You're simply not supposed to beat Charlotte at the best of times, says Wade Barrett. So certainly not expecting Michin to get the job done here. I don't know what the crowd are chanting, but they're muting it. So it's got to be like F you, Charlotte. Something along those lines. Chops coming in there by Charlotte. Michin getting rocked. Charlotte going over, throwing in another chop. Michin over by the ropes. Big boots. She gets caught there by Michin. Dropped down. Dropped down. Charlotte down. Rolling over. Michin screams out. Crowds are applauding away. Michin delivers that time. She grabs Charlotte into the middle of the ring. Eat defeat. No joy. No joy. Picks her up, lands on her feet, goes back to the corner, working on the arm. Eat defeat. Gets it. 1, 2. Foot on the rope. Woo! Foot on the rope. It's legal. Boo all you want, London. But it's legal. No! Yes! Charlotte goes out the ring. She's really up against it. I don't know why. I have no idea why she's in such a competitive match here, but kick coming in. Michin, edge of the ring. Charlotte getting back up. Chop block takes the legs away from Michin. Charlotte getting back in the ring. We want Tiffy as the champ. We want Tiffy. We want Tiffy. It's a figure 4 into a figure 8. Oh, it's in. You got to tap, mate. You got to tap. She taps away. Tappity tap tap. We want Tiffy. Yeah, well, you didn't get it, did you? Charlotte. Woo! Crowd are booing. Tiffany's backstage with Jackie. Cheer there for Tiffy time. Let's be real. She came at you pretty hard last week. She's so insecure she can't let a rookie get a word out. They say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Toodles. Toodles. Oh, man, I'd so go to this. Honestly, I'd rip it up. I'd be bringing out all the robot and everything. Box fish. Shoot the fish. All of that. WrestleMania After Dark. Yeah. Everyone looks really cool, and everyone looks like, do you know what I mean? They're young, they're hip. That's not what the wrestling night's going to look like. It's going to be a load of socially awkward boomers standing on the side with the pint just sort of like, what? Like that. That'll be the wrestling night. Apart from it, I'd be in the middle. Doing all that. Tearing it up. And not a girl in sight. Not a single female in sight. Don't go to them thinking you're going to pause. It's just going to be lads everywhere. Lads in black wrestling t-shirts as far as the eye can see. Not a single boob. Hey, here's Randy Orton. Right, bell has sounded. We're going to be underway with this match very soon. Randy versus Drew McIntyre. Ten-time WWE Champion, 4-time World Heavyweight Champion, 1-time Intercontinental Champion, 1-time United States Champion, 4-time World Tag Team Champion, 2013 Mr. Money in the Bank, and a 2-time Royal Rumble winner. He's done all right, isn't he? He's done all right. Little fist bump there to a kids. Oh, I wish we had Glum Girl. I wish Glum Girl was there. Every time Randy came down. Still the best moment of the year. All these people are way too excited to see her, aren't they? To see him. All these fans are way too excited. We need a Glum Girl. Days, do we think they might put the title on Charlotte? I feel like putting it on Cena and Charlotte same night is a bit obvious. I think one of them loses. I think Charlotte loses. I think Charlotte loses. I think it is Tiffy time. And I'm really not down on the Charlotte match because I think for Tiffany to really grow her legacy, she's got to defend this belt against big names. She's got to. She can't just keep defending against Meechins. You know, she's got to get the Baileys and the Charlottes and the Beckys and the Alexas and, do you know what I mean? People that have achieved things. So this is huge for Tiffy. So, yeah, and it's one, actually, that people are a bit worried about. Like, oh, my God, if they put that belt on Charlotte, I'm going to stop watching WWE. I'd like to think WWE are aware that that feeling is out there. And so I'd like to think they wouldn't be stupid enough to put the belt on Charlotte. But, well, I don't know. I don't think they will. I can only tell you that if I was booking that match, Tiffany would be winning. But, I don't know. I'm going to have to wait and see. That's the joy of WrestleMania. I would like to see Liv on a singles run again. She has improved on the microphone and in ring, but I didn't give her enough credit before. I was just irritated with her promos at one point, says Jess. I wouldn't worry about not giving her credit before, because I don't even think her promos... You can only judge what you see, and babyface Liv was flipping annoying. If I've got to go off what I'm seeing is someone that I don't feel any connection with, someone that they're trying to push as a babyface that I don't care for, and someone that's delivering pretty mid promos. Now that she's a heel and she can kind of have a bit more fun with it, it's brought a new lease of life out in her. So since her heel turn, she's drastically improved. It's like all of the stars have aligned. You know, it's like everything has kind of come together now, and they've created a megastar. She's huge. She's one of the biggest female talents in the company now. That is crazy. When I think back to when she was on NXT, and she was not good. Honestly, I was shocked that she even made it to the main roster. I was not expecting her to get called up when she did, and it felt too early, and I think it was too early. And so then it took a while for her to find her feet. And then Riot Squad split up and she's on her own and we don't really know what to do with her. We don't know how to present her. She ends up trying to break up her wedding between like Lana and... Was it Lana and... Who was it? Lana and Dolph. And I think didn't Rusev pop out the cake? And I think Liv came down and kind of expressed her feelings for Lana. This was all like 2019 and it was bonkers. And then we just didn't know what to do with her. And, you know, she kind of grew in confidence and all that. They tried to give her a few title runs. They botched a few things. It's the heel turn, though. The heel turn's just completely done it for her. We're just having a look at Triple H and some of Triple H's iconic WrestleMania entrances. The Terminator one from 31. I didn't like that one. That was all right. Steph looked great there. The King of Kings. Tickets are on sale now. Please buy them. Please buy them. Please go. We know that we're charging you so much money for literally everything, but please go. And we're doing the roast of WrestleMania. Go to that as well. And we're doing WrestleMania After Dark. And we're doing Undertaker One Dead Man Show. And we're doing WWE. What? Do all of them. And all of them are super expensive. You should have saved. It's your fault, not ours. It is bonkers, isn't it? It is bonkers. The amount of stuff that you can attend now. WWE in London. It's the 16th SmackDown. It's the 36th TV broadcast, but it's the first SmackDown since 2023. Wow. That wasn't last year. That was the year before. Wow. That's crazy. What a stat. What an absolutely pointless stat. Okay, Randy is in the ring. Best entrances, Mania entrances by far, says Scott. Aaliyah said Liv has gone the hard way round in the ring, and it is the best she is now. She's got about 70 moves. Tiffany's been rushed. It's quite odd. Oppola said John Cena is actually a level lower than Liv. Here's Drew McIntyre making his way out. This should be good, said the bank. This should be good. So, are you ready to get your wallets out, everyone? We're going to need more money. We're going to need more money. If you want to meet the wrestlers, that's really expensive. If you want to come to After Dark, it's really expensive. If you want to talk to any wrestlers whilst you're there, we're going to charge you for that. If you want to look at any wrestlers, we're going to charge you for that. We're going to charge you for every wrestler you look at. When you look at a wrestler at any point over WrestleMania weekend, please make a note of it. And then when you check out, just let the person know, and we're going to charge you $10 for every wrestler you saw. That's where we're going. That's where we're going. It's going to be that. You didn't even get to meet them. You just saw them with your own eyes. I saw 45 wrestlers during WrestleMania week. Well, I'm afraid that comes out as $450, so. But I've already bought my tickets and paid for everything. Yeah, but there's an extra charge now from TKO. It's a new charge that's been introduced. Why didn't I lie? Why didn't I lie? You would definitely have people saying I saw no wrestlers. I went to WrestleMania, but every time the wrestlers came out, I turned my back. I didn't look at them. I have literally no extra charge to pay. You know, we joke, but this is where it's going. This is where it's going. Everyone, we were talking about WrestleMania 100 earlier. This is what it'll be like. Carl said, I'm only looking at your stream if that's the case. Taker, Rock, Austin, they'd probably be $1,000. I know. Oh, my God. Do you know, this is only going to get worse, not better. This is one of those situations where we're looking at it now going, can you believe the ticket prices? Can you believe how much it costs for meet and greet? Can you believe how much the VIP experiences are? This ain't magically going to get better in a few years' time. This is as good as it's ever going to be. We're going to look back on these days and go, God, do you remember when the prices were that affordable? Do you remember when the price... Oh, my God. Do you remember when you didn't have to sell your house to go to WrestleMania? Do you remember that? Do you remember when you didn't have to sell the kids? Do you remember when you didn't have to go all Walter White and start cooking your own meth and selling it to the local playgrounds just to see if you could afford a meet and greet with flipping Zelina Vega? Oh, God. It's so crushingly depressing, isn't it? That's all right. At least we've got each other. Yeah. We can just watch the shows from here. Safe in the knowledge that we'll never see live wrestling ever again. Because none of us can afford it. Okay, we've got Randy on his feet. We got Drew in the middle of the ring. Randy versus Drew. Let's get rid of this. Wow, that's come out as all time. You lot loving that Charlotte match. We do have a lot of Charlotte stands, in all fairness. All time score coming in there. All time 77%. What? Wow. That puts it as one of the biggest matches of the year. Very impressive there by Charlotte Flair. Shots coming in by Randy. 8. Yeah, the London crowd knowing their numbers. That is, I am so thrilled. Into the corner goes Drew. Randy hurling Drew. And we do have a prime hydration station, which is pretty much the same as selling meth to a playground. Randy going face first into the commentary table. Harley said, I'm so broke, I can't even afford the first installment on a free hamburger. Orton up. Smacks Drew in the face. Picks up Drew. Boom! Onto the commentary table. Oh. Well, I tell you what, it's a good job Randy didn't take that bump. He'd have been smashed into 1,000 pieces. Randy gets into the ring. One more time. One more time. One more time. Randy getting out the ring. I was just able to afford Elimination Chamber tickets, and even then it was a pretty penny, said Alex. It is heartbreakingly expensive. One more time and he does it. Oh. Yeah, that Randy looks out at the crowd, is like, done. Oh. What's that? Yeah, let's go. Are we at commercial break? Yeah, we're at commercial break at the moment. Oh, into the ring posts. I feel like we flashed back to 2020 with this match. We got a crowd. Bang! Into the barricades. McIntyre with a sick smile on his face. Still holding on to his back, going over, puts his arms out. Referee counting away. Where it said days with that selling meth to playground live is something I'd expect to hear from Mark Goldbridge. I haven't seen much Mark Goldbridge, to be honest. I mean, I've seen a few of his thoughts and clips over the years, but considering I'm a Man U fan, you'd think I would have seen more of him. But to be honest, when the games are on, I tend to be in bed. So I don't do like live watch-alongs and stuff like that. So I've only seen bits, really, to be honest. Down goes Randy. We don't need no 2020 remembers. Goldbridge is an effing clown, said James. Oh, really? Really? I didn't know you supported United. Yeah, I'm a United fan, but it's for me. It's not really like I don't really do the banter and all that. Where in this country, when you go to secondary school, like certainly when I was a kid, you had to support a team. I mean, you know how big the Premier League is around the world, so you can imagine how big it is in this country. I mean, really, when I started secondary school, one of the first questions is, who do you support? And you know, I mean, if you're like, oh, I don't follow football, good luck making friends. Good luck making friends. And I love playing football down the park anyway, so I remember, like, there was a couple of reasons why I chose United, and it had nothing to do with them winning, because actually at that point they really weren't winning much. They would go on to win a lot, but at that point they hadn't picked up loads. But I used to get shoved in goal because I've never played football apart from down the park. So I used to get put in goal. So I used to love watching Peter Schmeichel, the Man United goalkeeper. I used to love watching him. And a few of my friends supported United as well anyway. It was a no-brainer, really. So it was those reasons that I started supporting them. And yeah, obviously they had great success. But this is why they're struggling now. And I don't mind that because I've had so many great experiences watching them over the years that you kind of have to take the rough with the smooth, don't you? So, yeah, I'm not like someone that's going to get into big banter kind of conversations and all that stuff. I'm not interested in that. I just follow the team, see how they're doing, see who they're buying, seeing who they're linked with, seeing the results. Big clothesline, down goes Drew. Mark Goldbridge loves Forest. The Liverpool meltdown over Trent is hilarious, said Mike. Yeah, he's leaving and he's going to Real Madrid. A lot of Liverpool fans feeling betrayed. Have we got any Liverpool fans? Are you feeling betrayed? Looking for a draping DDT. Gets it. Fulham for Europe, said Nick. If City behave and keep losing in the Premier League and win the FA Cup, we could be in Europe. He should do a watch-along for the Champions League. I bet it El Clasico, says Pavan. Pavan, shout out to you, buds. Hello, what's he looking over at? Is it going to be... There's Kevin. There he is in the entranceway. Yeah, Randy looked over and there was Kevin Owens. Drew, boom, Claymore. 1, 2, 3, gets it. Drew beats Randy with a Claymore thanks to a distraction. Match was okay. I mean, that is nowhere near the level if these two were to go at it at a PLE. But for a TV match, it was okay. It was okay. Kevin Owens has dragged Randy out the ring. Slams him into that commentary table. He's stripping the commentary table. Right now, on the commentary table, look into... What's he going to do? He's going to do a package pile driver on there or something. Pile driver. Yeah, no joy. Oh, Randy. Wade Barrett said that would have been career over for Randy. Crowd are chanting RKO. 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 Randy looking at... Oh, he's going to punt. He's going to punt. Randy's going to punt. Charging over, but Kevin gets out the way. Kevin gets out the way. We got a couple of boomer security guards. But Kevin Owens scurries away. But you know, at WrestleMania, he's hitting that punt. He is hitting that punt. So there we go. Kevin distracts Randy. It means that Randy loses to Drew in London. But Kevin Owens has got a punt on the way. Brightest pink trainers of all time. Okay. Randy versus a lot of matches, isn't there? Pretty Deadly Street Profits, Secret Service versus K&K, LA Knight versus Braun, Charlotte versus Meacham, Randy versus Drew, Jimmy versus whoever this boomer is, Miz. Right. I bet Roman and CM. But Jess, you're very talkative today. Normally you're the quiet one in the group. What's going on? Have you found some confidence? Love that for you. Love that for you. Normally you're just kind of hanging around in the background. I'm going to read it out. Well, I'm not, but the voice will.
Jessica M. I bet Roman and CM Punk team up during their segment and try to beat the crap out of Seth Rollins. But I love Rollins, lol. I just see it going that way.
Jess, shout out to you. Shout out to your newfound confidence.
Sean Rousset. People wanted Drew to win, so it makes sense Randy to lose can't have both. Randy is far from buried.
They've buried him. He's been buried. It's over. Shut it down. It's the end of the Randy show. He might as well retire.
Alex Wings. Just do the contract signing already. I'm falling asleep. LOL.
Well, contract signing will be coming up, aren't we? Are we going in? Oh, we're into the final hour now. We're into the final hour. Let's go. Oppola said, I'm also a quiet one in the group. Anyone right now that was half drinking there, that's just been sprayed out in one of those kind of classic comedy moments. Carla said the cameraman jumped and ran to catch up with Kevin. But as long as Salah and Van Dijk stay, I don't know what the latest is on Salah when it comes to him with Liverpool. I don't know what the situation is there. James said, Days, what's the odds on Luke Shaw getting... Oh, yeah, he's already injured. Even just reading this, he's become injured. As soon as he comes off the bench next game, he's done, isn't he? He's done. We got that Dorku now, haven't we? So... Regan said Salah is leaving. Logan said, Days, I just found out that I'm going to Raw on Monday. I can't wait. I'll send you some pictures on X and I will be atting them to you in the community. Logan's B, shout out to you. I hope you have a great time. Yeah, it's really cool. I think we've got a few community members there tonight and a few other people go in on Monday as well. So, yeah, very cool. Very cool. Have a great time, my friends. Have a great time. If you're just clicking onto Wrestling Days' live stream, I can't apologize. Yeah, that is true. That is a moment that happened during the stream where we did have a look at Turkish delights. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Right, we have got a look at this lucha door, mystery lucha door. There we go. No one knows who this is. Still no clues. Whoever it is, they'll be here next week. The lucha scene continues to go from strength to strength. Rey Fénix. Well, that is what people think, but we're just going to have to wait and find out. Right, B-Fab against Naomi next week. Could it be Santino Morel? It could be. It could be. It could be the return of Ricky. Everyone was so impressed with him. B-Fab. But they just said Rey Fénix going to debut next week. They did hint at that, yes. His name is Rey Fénix, not Phoenix, says Sick Horror Kingman. Okay, here's Jimmy Uso. Matt has said Brock. It could be Brock, actually. We haven't seen him in a while. He may have got some new tattoos and slimmed down and a mask. So I'm just going to say a lot of people getting very excited that it's Rey Fénix. Egg could be on your face next week. Jimmy Uso making his way down. He's going to be taking on The Miz. Look like James Ellsworth to me, said Scott. I like this community. I like how we're really trying to put the pieces together to try and figure out who it is. And do you know what? I don't think any other community is going to be doing that. I can quite confidently say I don't think any other community is going to be looking at that vignette trying to work out who it is, because they don't care like we do. They're not willing to put the work in that we are, and I love that for us. Here's The Miz. It's Shorty Fénix. I want some water. And I didn't have any. I was looking for some and there was just none around. So I left you. And you felt that absence. And then I came back, and doesn't it feel so much better now I'm back? You don't know what you've got until it's gone. That's the lesson I've just taught you. Okay, Miz has made his way into the ring. Let's end this poll. Randy Drew came out as good. Not as good as Charlotte that got all time. So there we go. Is confirmed. Randy not as good as Charlotte Flair. That's what we've learned. Right, we are underway with Jimmy throwing in some chops. Nana, says Dave. I think Days is Rey Fénix. Could have been me, you're right. Maybe I'm debuting next Friday. Clothesline there by Big Jim. Why has he got a drippy one on the front? Why does the one on it? Why does it look like a pee-pee that's dripping? Why is his one look like that on his shirt? What's going on with his ring gear? Why has the one got a bit of a bulge at the bottom and it's dripping? It looks like a dong. Listen. Come on. Shut up, come on. Look at it. Look, it's got a bulge at the bottom of it and it's dripping. It looks like he's got a drippy dong on his flipping... Oh, my God. Well, that's not going to get him over. Or maybe it will. I don't know. But look, Miz going, into the back. Look at the gear. Oh, my God. That's all I'm thinking about now. And that's not PG. Jimmy Uso is down and Miz going against the ropes. Going for a big boot. Jimmy getting back up. Duck underneath. Lovely work. Clothesline to the outsides. And Jimmy is going to go air Jimmy against the ropes. Look at the gear. Mate, honestly. I can't be the only one. Nice. Drippy dong. Yeah, drippy dong Jimmy Uso. Matt Pete says you are the only one, Boomer. Oh my God, I'm special. I'm so special. Who even said it was a 1, said Corbin. That's a really good point. Everyone looks at it and thinks it's a 1, and then he'll tell us after when he's retired. It was never a 1. It was literally always an upside down dong. No yeet. Drew needs a belt. Brock get in the gym every day with everyone, thinking how long until he returns, said Afsal. I don't know when we're going to get him. Sign in the crowd says she's rocking on my Johnson. Did you see that sign then? My God, what is this match brought to us by? This match is brought to us by Dirty Perverts. There was a sign in the crowd, and I am not making it up. It just said, she's rocking on my Johnson, and it had a picture of The Rock. Right now, Miz keeping it down. This is not PG. Jamie said, I've got dong on the brain. Brain dong, that's literally the worst. Brain dong is literally the worst. Elbows coming into the midsection. And again. Down he goes. Miz over by the ropes. We're at commercial break. That's illegal, said the man. This is very slow at the moment. Hold that sign up again, you cowards. He's looking up at the screen, I think, to see when the camera's on him. I think he will hold it up again. The sign, not his Johnson. But how is everyone feeling about Mark Nash after hearing the first couple of announcements? I think he's okay. I'm not in love with him. Guys, that's breaking news. I'm sorry, that is breaking news. I am just not in love with the new announcer. He has not won my heart. But the great news is that means my heart is still available. So, kick coming in there by Jimmy. Another shot coming in. Miz going over by the ropes. Over the other side. Picks him up. Samoan drop. Blake said, not terrible. He's fine. Matt Pete said, he's fine. Who cares? Gabby said, Miz, Jimmy wrestle like they are tranquilized. It is a little bit like someone's gone like that. And then we've tried to do a match. It does have that vibe about it. I do agree. Right, we've got Jim. Why am I all tangled? What's going on? Jesus Christ. I'm a right mess. Down it goes. Rolling him up. 1, 2. No joy. Oh, my God. I was all over the show. Boom. Lovely. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Afsal said, who do we think Jimmy Uso's WrestleMania opponent is? I don't even know that he'll make it to have a match at WrestleMania. I mean, he's not kind of in any sort of program at the moment. The biggest thing he's done is kind of help his brother by slapping Gunther. So, I don't know. It's hard to see him getting into a situation unless he gets added to the US title picture. There's no sign of that, though. Another kick coming in. He'll probably be there for Jay. Maybe someone comes down. Perhaps Ludwig comes down trying to help Gunther. Maybe Jimmy comes down, takes out Ludwig. 1, 2, shoulder up. Miz should be a Hall of Famer by now. What do you think? Well, I don't think he needs to be a Hall of Famer by now, but he'll go in the Hall of Fame. Think of all the TV time that he's responsible for. A lot of people might say it's been awful TV time, but even so, he's been a big part of this era of WWE. And he's had really good fiery promos. He's had some really good moments. He's been WWE champion. A couple of times, actually. But think of all those Miz TVs. Think of how long he's been around for when he was kind of starting out. And yeah, he's definitely going in. I just don't know if he headlines or not. Jimmy gets the pin there. And it's merciful. That is a match I don't need to see again. I never need to see that match again. Literally the only thing I'm going to be able to talk about is the fact that the thing on his top looks like a dong. Gunther! You will be Private Gunther. You won't be the ring general. Oh my God, what's that guy wearing? What's that dude wearing? He's got like green hair and... Yeets. He does a yeet. That's not his thing. Days, they should announce an NXT Arena tour. Oh, I'd love it. Matthew, I'd go. I'd go and I'd have such a lovely time. There's Lewis Capaldi. I love all of his songs. I'm in love with the shape of you. Let's go. Yeah, man. Lovely to see you. Good to see you, bro. Shake it off and all that stuff. Okay, Drew and Jackie. Does that mean even Lewis Capaldi decided to get up and walk away during that last match? Oh, there's Damien. Boom! Damien was waiting. Yeah, that's pretty good. Opens the door. Everyone's invited. We're going to hit the town. And right now he's getting absolutely smashed by Damian Priest. This is better, isn't it? Look, a vehicle being involved. Oh my God, did you see that guy? Just getting chucked on the table. Right now, he gets smashed into a cut. This is better. This is more like the kind of segment that we hope to see during a WrestleMania season. Always love when a vehicle's involved. Right now, we've got Damien. We got Drew. Is he going to drive him into that windscreen? Drive him. See what I did? Is he going to drive him into that windscreen? Do it. Oh, no, he's going to plant him. Bang! through the windscreen. Any more jokes? Any more jokes? Rest in peace, jackass. Oh my God, Timu Taker. Glass in his eye. Did he just say glass in my eye? Ooh. Oh, I don't know how much I can enjoy it now. Nah, I can. It was sick. Nah, it was really good. It's fine. I enjoyed it. Right. Smile like, I tell you what, CM Punk's enjoying it. CM Punk's walked past, he's enjoying it. Yeah. Guys, it's the contract sign-in next. Did Punk allow real glass? Yes. The headlines get bigger. Raw on Monday. I think that Raw recap is working better than Raw talk, isn't it? It's a bit more in line with kind of like post-show reviews that you would see on YouTube. It feels a bit more natural. Them two sitting down. I mean, they can't really be honest, though, can they? They can't go, that sucked. Well, that was a pointless episode. He basically just said what he said the week before. You're not going to get that from it. But it looks better. Moldy Spoon. Hello, Moldy Spoon. I don't feel like I've seen you in a hot minute. Hope you're well. Absolutely right. We are at commercial break, guys, and it's really important that you leave a like on the stream. I don't know why. It just always tends to help, and we're running out of time. Jimmy Uso versus Miz. Let's get the score from this because I don't want to have to mess around with that. What's the Paul Heyman favor, says Jess. Are we about to find out? Okay, good. Oh my God. That was good 78%. You lot did not. Do you know what? These are the legitimately, honestly, this is what you've scored tonight. Pretty Deadly Street Profits, good 99. Secret Harvest versus Caden and Katana, good 88. LA Knight versus Braun Strowman, good 90. Charlotte versus Michin, good 86. Randy versus Drew, good 95. Jimmy Uso versus The Miz, good 78. Oh, I've got to watch it again. A second time. A second time. And they're all just good matches. And some of them not even that good. I've got to watch Jimmy Uso Miz a second time. Oh my God. CM Punk just wants Heyman in his corner, or is it something bigger? Says Jamie. Well, I don't really know what that means. He wants him in his corner. What does that mean? So what, he stands on his side of the ring? I mean, he's not going to trip over Roman and stuff like that for him. So what does that mean? He wants him in his corner? Like at WrestleMania, he comes out with him just to wind Roman up. But is that much of a favor? When he could get a title match or something like that instead. I don't know. I don't know that it's going to be that. James said, technically, you don't have to watch it again. No, it's true, actually. London welcomes Smackdown. It's Tiffy time. Signs of the night. LA night, yeah. LA night. Seth Rollins dresses like my nan. Oh, my God. That's a great sign. Seth Rollins, I just farted. I used my wedding fund to see Roman Reigns. Oh, my God. There's some good signs in London. There's some good signs in London. There's Tower Bridge. Let's go. Let's go. There's the O2. You can walk over the O2. There's a little walkway there that you can see. Would TKO incorporate bull riding into WrestleMania? And the favor is that Paul teaches Punk how to train a bull to attack Roman. Imagine that. Imagine if there is a bull riding moment. I wouldn't be shocked if some of the bull riders... I'll be shocked if some of the bulls are there. But I won't be shocked if some of the bull riders are there. I love you! I love that kid. That kid had better be at WrestleMania now. After the amount of times they just won't let this kid rest. I don't know why Cena was like, and that one kid. That one. That exact one right there. Toxic. John Cena went all the way to Belgium to bully one individual specific child. I'm going to ruin wrestling for everyone, says John Cena. Do we think he heard him say I love you and that's why he picked him? Maybe. Some people think it's a plant. I'm not sold that it's it could be. I just think the kid, if it was a plant, if it was an actor, you could normally tell because they're so OTT. You know, like if that kid was a plant, I would have imagined that he would have gone. Like, he would have overreacted. Whereas the kid gets called out, he still just sort of stands there like... He doesn't really do anything. He's like just taking the moment in. Which is why, to me, it didn't feel like he was an actor or like he was planted because of the way he had reacted. But I don't know. Maybe he did hear him go, I love you! And that was it. That was red rag to a bull. Cena was like, I'm not tolerating that. That kid, that one there. That one kid is the worst kid I've ever met in my life. That kid is a disgrace. He deserves to be bullied at school. Anyone watching this that goes to school with that kid, you've got my permission to bully him. Is basically what he said. He didn't say it in that kind of wording, but it was basically that. They must have looked after that kid, though. I sold my house for Jimmy Uso dong merch. Yeah. Let's go. Let's go. I'm literally trying to sell my house so that I can buy Jimmy Uso dong merch as well. Okay, WrestleMania. I don't know if you've heard about it, but it's coming up. Days, can your NBA team be the Cleveland Cavs? I've already got one. It's the Toronto Raptors, the greatest of all the Canadian basketball teams. He should cook R-Truth to get more heat. Yeah, that's true. A backstage attack on R-Truth would legitimately get more heat. Imagine if he went round his house. Messed him up. Imagine if R-Truth was doing like a little live TikTok thing. Cena came round. Just started messing him up in his own house. Saying, you turned me into a joke. You're part of the problem. Nick Aldis in the ring. You all know why I'm here. We're here. We're here. Dun, 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 dun. The biggest triple threat match in the history of WrestleMania. Sorry, Becky, Charlotte, and Ronda. You don't count. Is Roman out first? Oh, right. Okay. Bring in the tribal chief out first. I thought he'd be out last. What, they're going to make the tribal chief have to stand in the ring and wait for Clowny McClownerson to make his way down? Clown Rollins. Guys, are you acknowledging? If you're acknowledging, get the ones up. Are we acknowledging? Oh, he's got an OTC shirt on? Do you reckon they've given up on YTC? He's got OTC. He's got OTC. Roman wearing an OTC. That's guys, that's breaking news. I might have to do a video. That is breaking news. He is wearing an OTC shirt, not a YTC shirt. Because the crowd don't give a flip about YTC. We've got security guards that have come out. Paul Heyman is with him. Crowds, obviously, in fine voice. He's making his way down to the ring. Have we gone? We've gone to commercial break. I have, like, no sound right now. Oh, there it is. It's back now. I was like, where's my sound gone? Why are they muting? I thought it was me. I was here and I was like, I can't hear anything. They've gone to commercial break. Can't hear, said Tyler. Sound breaks are a joke, said one Mark. Yeah, that did suck them when the sound disappeared for a bit. Let's be honest, the only thing that matters is El Grande Americana. That is true, actually. That is true. I think they did an advert for him earlier. I think he's going to debut next Friday. WTH, said Alex. Adverts again. Jess said this will cook. Opula's Travel said, and before you think it's just me who thinks HBK is a pedo, it ain't. I've got family and friends who think the same. What's that based on? Well, I've missed part of the conversation there, Opula. I can't see any... Opula, are you all right? Are you having a different conversation somewhere else? What is the contract got in it? Oh, well, that's what CM Punk is here to look at. He's so good. Reigns, blooming hell. I used to hate Roman when he left the Shields and had that big dog, but now he's completely different. Edward said, Days, who is the heel in this match? Is it Roman? Is it Seth? No. There is no heel. Pick a side. We're going to war. Pick a lane. Pick a side. I don't know who I'm supporting. I suppose I'm supporting Punk. Oh, Seth last. Forget Seth. But I am probably Punk first, then Roman, then Seth. So you all have to support the same. Yeah. But I wouldn't be down on Roman winning. Jess, I'm on Roland's side. What? I think it was better when you were quieter. It was better when you didn't really say much. Days, I won't accept this, Seth hates. Oh my God, what's going on? The guy comes out dressed like a clown. We have to then listen to like flipping half an hour of them singing his song. No, he's had his time. CM Punk is back. And he was injured last year. He had to have a feud over a friendship bracelet. So give him the win. And then let's do some juicy stuff with him over the summer. So CM Punk first. And then Roman's a badass. Isn't he? Come on. Seth's not a badass. Come on. Come on. Where's Nita Nitro? Rollins was the MVP of Mania last year. He lost. He lost on day 2. He lost his title. And then he lost on night 1. He lost. He's a loser. He lost both of his matches. And then he was injured, so he had to hobble his way to the ring for the main event. That ain't no MVP, Flower. That ain't no MVP. You don't get the MVP if you lose 2 matches and then hobble your way to the ring. I'm not having it. Roman Reigns chants. Roman Reigns. He stomps people's heads and tells them how it is. He's a workhorse that never takes a break. Well, I mean, that's a fair point, actually. That's a fair point. London! Okay, let's see what's being said here. Sign in the crowd says, obviously too clever. OTC. And then it's got a picture of Paul Heyman. Roman Reigns chants. Actually, you have inspired me to do a poll. Who are we rooting for? Who are we rooting for? Roman, Seth, Punk. Who do you want to win? Not who's going to win. Who do you want to win? The way you sing to your tribal chief is just so beautiful, says Roman. Look at Heyman. Look at Heyman. Find someone that looks at you the way Heyman looks at Roman. Yeah, he's singing away. Roman's loving this. He doesn't even get this much love on the island of relevancy. Perhaps this is the island of That's what... Ah! 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 Paul Heyman singing! Paul Heyman joining in! Oh my God, this is peak WWE! We've just hit peak WWE! Oh my God. 2 reasons. Once, and that has happened. And 2, to sign this contract. He signed it. Done. Yeah. Back on the plane. Here we go. Here's Chuckles. Hey. Oh my God, guys, we just got... That might be the greatest musical performance the O2 Arena has ever seen. Pete, that is... Do you know what? That is going to be a pleasure to watch for a second time. I can tell you that. 2 hours later, Seth's still making his way to the ring. He's dressed normal. Well, do you know what? I would like to think that he heard our criticisms. And he is dressed normal. Can we take responsibility for that? I think we can, you know. Do you know what? With him being dressed normal, I stand by what I said earlier. I really rate Seth. I'm right behind him in this triple threat. That is a great looking suit. And if you think about it, he has given a lot over the years. It's just one of those situations where haters are going to hate. And there's really not much you can do about that. But he is looking pretty fly for a white guy. The entrances combined with the excessive singing just leaves me wanting to get some juicy dialogue. Like some really deep, compelling promo work, said Ellis Dub. You want to get deep, Ellis Dub? Is that what you're saying? You want to get deep down and dirty? I love that for you. Okay, they're singing about... I wonder if Paul could sing Seth's song. He's in good spirits. If I was Seth, I would put the mic over. Oh, he's doing it! Jesus Christ, I should be booking this show. Oh, my God. He's gone over. Oh, my God. Of course he did. That's exactly what he should have done. That's what I would have done. Well done, everyone. Well done. It was quite obvious, but, you know, whatever. We got a lot of history here. 12 years ago. We were ready to remake this company in our image. We fought against each other. We fought with each other. Heyman's not having it. London. Still singing away Seth's song. I feel like it's been a flipping London concert tonight. We accomplished our mission, says Seth. CM Punk chants. Oh, God, this crowd will turn on you on a dime, won't they, eh? You keep saying we. Our mission. We died a long time ago, says Roman. Roman Reigns chants. Tell me what you've done. This is interesting. You let the biggest snake into the garden, said Seth. You could have cut his head off. Now I've got to do what I always do, which is clean up your mess again. You could have dealt with him during War Games. You could have let me deal with him in the garden. And now I've got to deal with your mess again. It's a good point from Seth, who is in a good suit. Here's CM Punk. Can the crowd shut up for a sec, said Porky Pig. Jess said Roman beat the hell out of the roster with the bloodline, talked down to his cousins, got a pass for it. As much as I acknowledge him, he gets to do whatever and no one cares. Oh. Doesn't matter if he's in the middle of it, said Casey. Steph said, I will tell you what I have done, then started mentioning Punk, says Michelle. LS Dub said the crowd is annoying in situations like the LS Dub. That's racist. You're having a go at the English crowds, and I am not going to tolerate this. You wouldn't say that if this was an American crowd. Unbelievable. Showing your true colours tonight, LS Dub. Your true colours are coming through. Your anti-Europeanism is coming through, LS Dub. You see, I can criticise them because I'm English. Shut up! Let them get on with it, boomers. Yeah, we got a segment to get to here. CM Punk chants. CM Punk chants. I've come here to chew bubblegum and sign a contract. And he's all out of bubblegum. CM Punk chants. CM Punk chants. Do you need a highlighter? Hey, Ian. Go to page 4. Clause 5. Page 4. Clause 5. This is TV. Let's get to it. CM Punk's having a read. What's he looking for? This is what we're waiting for. What is he looking for? He's not finding it. Seth's got his head in his hands. Here we go. Heyman's going over. Okay, CM Punk. I know what you're looking for. It is in there. Oh, it's in there. What is it? You're closing the show! There it is! It is gonna main event! You get to live your dream. You are a WrestleMania main eventer. Look at Paul. Paul gives CM Punk a kick. That, I tell you what, CM Punk getting a bit emotional there, you know. CM Punk getting a little bit emotional there. That's what he was looking for. Roman's laughing. Look, he is. He's crying. He's got tears in his eyes. Punk's crying. He doesn't deserve it. CM Punk getting all teary-eyed. Seth is livid. So was that the favour? Is that, I mean, Roman has suggested that that was the favour, but I don't know that it's the favour. Before we could really dig into that, Seth jumped up and he was like, no, 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 he doesn't deserve it. He's livid, man. He's livid. Oh my God, what a segment. Punk's crying. Seth's livid. Roman doesn't give a flip. Crowd are chanting. He wipes the tears away. Thank you. London. Louisville and Corny being mentioned. Thank you for chanting my name for 10 long years. Hello, the credits have popped up. You should be thanking your tribal chief. Okay, big segment. Big moment. Thank your tribal chief the right way. How's this going to play? He gets down. CM Punk looks over at Roman. Smile on his face. Thank you, my tribal chief. He's going to thank Paul. The big dog? I will see you in the main event of WrestleMania. I really thought he was going to say, thank you, my tribal chief. Thank you, the holder of the Udafala. Thank you, Paul Heyman. He didn't do that. He should have done that. He looks over at the crowds. Oh my God, CM Punk cried. Can you believe it? We got crying CM Punk before GTA 6. Oh, that's not the favor that I'm owed. Oh, that's not the favor that I'm owed. Whoa, let's go. Let's go. Guys, that show was amazing because of the end. Amazing. Amazing. I bet he wants Paul. What, like sexually? Still a letdown of a segment, said Omni Caliber. Is Seth turning heel? Oh. Someone needs to be a little bit heelish in there, to be honest. Obs, this is going to be the #1 contendership for the Undisputed title, says Averted Vision. Jess said it was a decent show. Guys, as much as I would love to hang around, and you know me, I would love to, I need to go because I've got to do another stream in 4 minutes. I've got to get ready to watch SmackDown. So I am going to have to run away. But the poll results are in. And you can see on here that people want Punk first, then Roman, and then Seth last. Because as I said earlier, Seth is a clown and he sucks. So, yeah, the community are on board with Seth is rubbish. That is the official message of this community. So, there we go. That was SmackDown. I'm going to run away. And we can't talk about it in the next stream, can we? Nitro, like, Days, that is slander. Listen, the community, Nitro, don't you dare be upset with the community. Yeah? The community have voted and they have spoken, right? You can't be off with what the community has said, right? My hands are clean. So, yeah, anyway, I'm going to go. But I'll be back in a few moments for this week's Smackdown stream. So, very exciting. Can't wait to see what goes down there. So, there will be obviously the review video going up later, and there'll be the poll going up later. So if you want to kind of share your thoughts on the show, just keep an eye out for those. But that stuff won't go up until the second show has finished. So thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate it as always, and I will see you again real soon. Bye for now.